since a lot of people holding Bitcoin, I think you know that Bitcoin right now is a huge asset, but have a limited capability to participate in DeFi ecosystem. The reason for that, because naturally the programming capability is compared to Ethereum and Solana, it's just very limited to do any DeFi work. So this is the core problem we want to solve. We want to be able to allow Bitcoin liquidity come to other ecosystem, allow us to be able to participate in DeFi and other activities and bring the liquidity, the yield back. So the reason we choose Bitcoin, because starting more than 10 years ago to now, we see that the Bitcoin price has been gathered to the stable stage. If you look at this one, show you the price change with the time. And since the Bitcoin ETF adoption and also like a company like a MicroStrategy keep pushing Bitcoin, we do see that the Bitcoin tend to be the really ideal asset to be collateral compared to any other token or asset on the market. So that's where we actually think that this is a perfect time for us to solve this problem. And how we solve it from the high level. Yala is a learning protocol which we just make it a mainnet launch last week. The way we do it, people deposit Bitcoin on the Bitcoin mainnet. Then we're using MetaVault to accept all sorts of the collateral for retail and for institutional users. And with MetaMint, be able to mint the stablecoin on top. And you know that Bitcoin is actually, the price is always changing. So in order to make it a mint stablecoin, which is pegged with $1, we're using an over collateral mechanism to be able to mint it. For example, if it's $100,000 right now for one Bitcoin asset, you can mint 60K, 70K. It depends on your risk preference. Then with our bridge, you can be able to make the Bitcoin, the stablecoin come to Ethereum right now, already Solana. We already launched on Solana on Monday. So the stablecoin come to Solana, or we have the roadmap come to other chain as well. But right now, we really have it better on Solana. So this is a high level how it looks like from the flow. You deposit Bitcoin, you get a stable coin on the destination chain. We'll talk about Solana, we'll talk about Ethereum. You're still holding the Bitcoin wherever you feel you gain the yield from the other chain, from the DeFi protocol or RW asset. Then you can pay back the loan and get your Bitcoin back. So that's where you can keep your Bitcoin position, but also gain a yield. So high level, we have that. This is to talk about the user journey perspective. For user, you can using all sorts of Bitcoin accepted wallet to connect, deposit your Bitcoin. Then you start to borrow against that to allow you to do dynamic borrowing, allow you to get a certain amount of stables. Then from that, you already have the stables on other chain. We'll talk about Solana and the Ethereum. Then you went to different DeFi protocols and yield. Since a lot of people here participating like a Solana ecosystem, you probably all familiar where you can get a yield farming than me for those activities. Once you gain those liquidity, you can, once you earn yield, you can pay back the YU as well as stablecoin as a loan, then get your Bitcoin back. So that's a way I think everyone here have the expectation Bitcoin will keep going up, but you never lose it. But you can get liquidity out directly and participate DeFi. So this is the mission we have. But right now, why we are here? Because Solana is the to-go chain where we're thinking will have really big value here. We have some analysis show here compared to any other chains on Ethereum or other L1, L2. You can see this, we show two orange bar and a green bar. Orange bar is the stablecoin transaction volume, And the green bar is the actually market cap for the stablecoin ratios. So Solana actually really represents the stablecoin efficiency. That's where when we look at all the possible chain we want to integrate, Solana stands on the top. And especially right now, given Trump really choose this chain, we see a lot of traction right now. So we want to partner with Solar, we want to partner with Radiant or other Solana DeFi protocols, allow us to give more yield for our users. So we now talk about how we do that as a tech part. I see early Solar share a deep dive how they do like a programming efficiency for the chain optimization. We just give you a high level how we think about our innovation. The key part I want to start with the bottom is a collateral mechanism. We see that Maker MakerDAO has offering over collateral for Ethereum, Ether to get a DAI like many years ago, maybe 5 or 6 years ago. So that's we actually have a significant innovation from that is we offer a stability pool, allow users to participate to help you gain yield with the stablecoin. And also we give the like a dynamic collateral mechanism, allow you to change your vol position, because honestly, you see the Bitcoin price go up and down, you probably want to justify the risk and also make sure you have the efficiency to use your liquidity. So that's the one key advantage we put on the market. The second one in the middle tier, we offer a really institution level security for Bitcoin asset. So that's where we want to make sure the Bitcoin is really secure in our platform. And on top, the team work very hard with all the Solana ecosystems to help us really can gain yield when you have our stablecoin in your wallet. So on top of those three, we see this is the advantage we offer for the Solana ecosystems. And the people may question where's the yield come from. Primarily, there are three ways, right? Once you get a stablecoin YU from the Bitcoin asset you have, you participate in the DeFi protocol in Solana. And we also have the roadmap connect to all sorts of RWA project on Solana ecosystem and also others to allow users to be able to gain yield from the RWA protocols. And also the token, right? Token reward where incentive the market start to participate more. So this is the primary three stream we think the yield you should be able to capture. So right now, given that Bitcoin is a 2 trillion asset, and we expect at least be humble, we think RWA yield can give you 46% with the YU you're holding. So you should take advantage of it and keep your Bitcoin position. Should never sell your Bitcoin, never sell the Bitcoin. So we have a booth in the other room. Please come to talk to us, talk to our team, see if you have any feedback or you want to try our protocol. We already have the mainland launch last week and have the YU on Solana this Monday. So hope you guys have a chance to talk to us. In the end, please follow Yala, follow me and see to learn our new updates. Yep.
Thank you. And now we're going to move on into our first panel, Bridging TradFi and DeFi, the road to institutional grade Web3, moderated by Martin from Solaire, with speakers from Citi, Solana Foundation, Hack VC, and Camino. Welcome.
Hey, perfect. Yeah, actually, Vicky, can you come over, please?
I think I'm the backup offering.
Yeah. Hey guys, thank you for this. I'm Martin, contributor at Solar. Today we have an interesting mix of panelists. So we have people from TradFi, DeFi, and also RWAs. So guys, if you want, let's start with a round of introductions. Bisser, feel free.
Thanks, Martin. Hi, everyone. Thanks for having me. My name is Bisser Dimitrov. I work with Citi. I'm responsible for our blockchain technology group. So we're we're building our Citi production use cases. I started in crypto in 2015, co-founded a company at the time called BlockX. And since then, I've been working on technology in blockchain for the last 10 years now. Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Bisser.
Hi, I'm Ben Brophy. I'm a poor replacement for Nick Dukov, so don't be confused by the face. So I'm ex-Fidelity International, around the blockchain team there for the past 3 years. Been in the space about 10 years, all the way from doing extremely exciting kind of cross-border post-trade on distributed networks, all the way through to NFTs, meme coins, and the rest. Fidelity, I think, kind of focused there for the past 3 years has been on tokenizing money market funds, bonds, and as you mentioned, looking at kind of wider blockchain infrastructure. So yeah, it's good to be with you today.
Thank you.
Hey guys, I'm Ro. I'm a partner at Hack VC. We're also investors in Solar. Yeah, I focus a lot on DeFi, liquid trading, and kind of like yield farming. Yeah, I used to work at Genesis Trading for a number of years, so pioneered some of the early structured products and lending in centralized crypto over the counter. Yeah.
Thanks.
Hi, everyone. This is Vicky. I'm a co-founder for Yala. Yala is BTC-backed stablecoin. You guys are here the keynote just like a few minutes ago. So my background is I was Angel Director in Circle for 3 years, leading a stablecoin development team. And before that, I was working in Capital One as an Angel Director and also Microsoft and AI Angel Lead. So yeah, that's my background.
Thank you, Vicky. We have already crossed, I believe, 22 billion in total market of the RWA side. From your perspective, what is the current state of the market? What is interesting, and basically at what stage are we right now? Bisser?
I think it's the market is very rapidly developing, and we've seen that for the last few years, but especially since the last December, everything exploded, and even now the attestation we have an all-time high of just this morning, Bitcoin reached 109. So it's really just speaks for the positivity and the expansion of services and thinking from large corporates, crypto startups, to developing new strategies and to deploying new capital. So I think in the next few years, we will see even more expansion into maturity, into new strategies, and into bridging how we can solidify this cool, interesting technology into a tangible, sustainable platform where we can build in the future. So all in all, I personally am extremely positive about how the market will develop, and that's what we see in the space.
Yep. Thank you.
Yeah, look, I think some fundamentals have been done. I think sometimes when you find yourself in conversation about tokenization or building blockchain infrastructure, like this stuff's been done. Like we've known how to do this for a number of years now. So I think there's this really kind of interesting kind of maturity inflection point where we were talking about it just before, actually. It was just kind of stuff's getting more boring, but I mean that in a really positive way. Like we've drifted beyond kind of sensational headlines or the idea that blockchain is this kind of sensational thing to actually just becoming part of the infrastructure, and the discussions are less around technology And moving on to things about like product compliance, risk, liquidity, which is really good because we're now viewing it as a product and the technology enables a product. So I think that's a really good space to be because product associates revenue, associates AUM, associates value. And that's where we want to be because sometimes I think some of the challenges, and it's kind of a caution still to the industry is, although we find the tech super cool and interesting and captivating, sometimes we get blinded by that. So I think it's still just reminding ourselves it's got to be finding client value, it's got to be generating revenue and keeping pursuing that. But no, I think it's a super exciting time, and I think it's always that thing. I think sometimes you always feel like late into an industry. It's like it's only just begun. So I'm really intrigued to see, like, if you look back the past 10 years, you think how much we've done. I mean, wow, what's going to happen the next 10 for us as an industry?
Thanks, Ron.
Yeah, I'll second a lot of that. Actually, I think product is probably the most exciting thing right now in terms of like specific dApps and DeFi. A lot of the infrastructure is there now. The block space is there. Yeah, it's a shame Arun's flight was delayed, but like, for example, Camino, it's like a full-blown asset manager on Solana. And as it expands into more assets that are not just crypto native, like RWAs, whatever it might be, the breadth of what you can do is quite interesting. Similar to things like Hyperliquid, super fast growing perp exchange, and it's just crypto perps for now. But it's interesting to see, like, as other products, launch there, whether it's RWAs, other tokenized securities, commodities, whatever. And then also the VM there that sits adjacent to such a liquid decentralized exchange, all the things you can unlock there. It's like lending protocols, options, cross collateral stuff. The space really explodes there in terms of possibilities. So yeah, it's great. Like, we have the speed, the block space, the ability to build these things, and now people are building these things, and a couple of them are getting a lot of use and are very profitable. And honestly, like, just exciting investments from an allocating perspective, but also from a user perspective. So I think that's like really where we're at, like, today. Yeah.
Yep. Thank you, Vicky.
Definitely, agree with all of you guys saying, like, the infra is ready, the product get more and more ready, it get more mainstream adoption, and we I think we already missed the boat. If you see the Bitcoin from $1 to 10,000 or 100,000, but I think this is the opportunity to see more like a mature yield comes like a 5 to 10 or 15. 20% comes with more like a enterprise offering, and also if you look at the history, we see a lot of bubble blow comes FTX falling apart, and also the Silicon Valley Bank falling apart, and the Luna, the Deepak. But when we look future, from my humble view, I don't see anything suspicious as big as that anymore. I think it's all legit player in this space, and a lot of big bank like Citi and others are participating in this space. So and also with a crypto friendly government, I think we actually see a huge growing from the mainstream adoption.
Yep, thank you for this. Actually, probably the clearest PMF is for stablecoins and treasury bills when it comes to the tokenization side. But going beyond these kind of asset classes, what new emerging classes do you see getting a broader adoption? And basically, from your points of view, like, what is most interesting at this stage? Yeah.
You phrase it in a very good way that quickly skimmed over payments and the stablecoins, where if we stay at payments and stablecoins, this is the product market fit for crypto, I'll be happy, because we have an asset that you tokenize money, and you can move on a blockchain rail in a 24/7, 365 manner. That's already amazing use case, and we see the growth and adoption. Beyond that, there's definitely the use case of tokenizing usually illiquid assets or assets that are having trouble being sold for some varieties of reasons, mostly a fragmented marketplace or some inefficient marketplaces. So I'm talking about, but on the far stretch around real estate tokenization or some more exotic things like market right, music media rights or something else. So this could be on the far stretch. If we stay on the financial side, I'll be interested to see purely the expansion in regulated finance on chain. Because I don't think we exhausted everything that we can see. So the movement of what would be the Swift equivalent of in Web3 world, or the MasterCard in Web3 world, those type of like structures would still have to mature, so we'll be able to see to move assets beyond just messaging. Why? What I mean by that is in our TradFi world, we have a clear segregation between messages and assets, so they move on different rails. Where the beauty of blockchain is that you can tokenize both the value that within the token, you can codify the messages, the metadata, and it actually represents an asset. So I think there is an expansion. There should be a more innovation in the space where you can actually, let's say, a private placement or some kind of like a asset that is still not fully represented on the public markets. There is a reason that agencies and regulators are rethinking how ATSs and how broker-dealer rules would work, because that's still yet to be clarified. So I'm expecting an expansion of like new use cases that would come out of it beyond payments that we already mentioned.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, look, I think it's a great question, but I also think sometimes we're a bit susceptible from our kind of like crypto native perspective. Like, if I could slightly interpret the question about like, what's the new narrative, or like, what's the next one? And I think that's slightly kind of an industry dynamic. And I think I would rather shy away from that, because I know we've kind of said, you know, what was it? Was it, you know, as you said, like, could we put music rights, and then we've moved on from there, and, you know, payments is coming through. Is it money market fund? Was it real estate, not real estate? I think sometimes it's just like a lot of financial infrastructure is just agnostic of the value that's being exchanged. So, you know, it can be any currency and it can be any asset. And a lot of financial systems are set up on purpose to be agnostic, because the infrastructure providers don't want to know what you're doing. That's the purpose of the service. So I think a lot of it for me, I would try to come back and like look at the fundamentals. And I think then we can be, you know, for example, I would take like, you know, a money market fund can be super boring, which is cool. But we still have not resolved that. Like, you know, we think hypothetically and logically it can be collateral, and it can be a high quality liquid asset. And then you get kind of quite excited. And is there going to be this bum fight between, you know, money market funds and stable coins, you know, yield bearing, and who's going to win? This sounds super exciting. But, you know, fundamentally, if I'm a corporate, you know, treasurer, I'm sat there with a whole bunch of, you know, if I can stay in my money market fund for an extra day or an extra hour, that's material, right? It's material. So I think there's some things that we just need to keep doing, like keep pursuing. So I wouldn't necessarily want to say what the next new narrative is. I think actually we've identified some really quite compelling use cases that deliver value for clients, and we just need to execute on that and see it through.
Yep, thank you.
Yeah, that makes sense. I don't know, as far as like some new things that, you know, I like to approach things from like a perspective of what I would personally really like to use or get value out of as like an early user of DeFi and a daily user of it. I think one of the big things is more private securities on chain. Like, it's kind of crazy that, you know, companies don't really go public anymore, and possibly like the best way to bet on the largest tech companies of the future are only, you know, like secondary markets today. So, you know, I'd like to see like things like Figure or Apptronic or SpaceX or OpenAI, all these things kind of come on chain, be able to trade them. And like, sure, maybe a walled garden, maybe you definitely have to KYC, and there's stuff that's, you know, coming for that. But just the ease of doing that on chain relative to like, you know, selling crypto, getting it to your bank account, hitting up a secondary broker, wiring him the money, paying some SPV. It's all this nonsense. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, exactly. So I think that's like a big one, and it's just something that I would use, honestly. But yeah, like all the other stuff is going to grow too, like stable coins and payments. Like that use case it's already proven itself, and it's going to proliferate further. Like I was talking to, you know, a life sciences company that's selling like this microneedle patch, and they're doing a lot of turnover and volume. And like, you know, they operate in a gray regulatory zone, so their payment processor charges them 4%, and that's just like the going rate. And I'm like, maybe you should go look at Bridge. I haven't used it, but maybe it'll help you somehow. And I think like leaning into a lot of those companies and cutting into those margins will be pretty big for stable coins as like more upstarts kind of get going with them. But yeah, those are like the main things I'd say.
Yeah, definitely.
I want to actually echo the privacy part, for security and privacy, right? Basically, right now everyone know that stablecoin definitely will be the top killing app and keep growing, and it will be the vehicle or settlement for a lot of use cases, more efficiency, more like a quick settlement. That's for sure. But we see that enterprise or institutional adoption have a pain point is they don't want to disclose their intent, because the intent is a kind of their significant advantage compared to anything else. When they see on chain, they want to hide it. So we actually are cooking something in Yala is. We want to help the user to hide their intent, but also be able to do the yield farming and the trading. How do you do that? Definitely is an AI offering, because if you can think about it, if you have an intent, for example, you want to buy a significant amount of Trump token, so we can actually by using AI pack that in a small scale, like for example, 100 token a time, to allow us to best access for the liquidity, but also hide the institution intent by just making it a very small trading scale. So and then be able to managing like a more wallet than before. So this is a typical example, but we expect AI can give us a significant more advantage for the strategy, help us allocate the best like trading strategy, but also do privacy preserving for the intent. I expect that give us a significant advantage for the market and push the institution adoption for the long term.
Yeah, and because you finished up with institutional adoption, what do you think is the biggest constraint, and do we still have any gaps in terms of the infrastructure that we have on blockchain that is basically preventing institutionals to expose more of their balance sheets on chain? And that's a question for everyone, actually. Biser?
The biggest, from my perspective, and obviously the way I think about it is we are in our jobs outside of just building technology, we manage risks. So the biggest hurdle that we have to overcome over time is to obviously educate across the board that there's these new ledgers that exist. I'm not speaking within the bank, but in general as an ecosystem that, and we need to adapt our risk profiles to be comfortable with unpredictability of public blockchain networks. This will take a while, because that's the worst case scenario of risk managers of not knowing how the blockchain would operate, or if it would hard fork, soft fork, or if somebody would get MEV'd or sandwich. So there was a case where somebody wanted to move 700,000 stable to a different stable. They ended up getting 5,000. So these things, if we are to create the faster, cheaper, better money, these things shouldn't be possible, or at least you have a recourse of like claiming back the money, or so you shouldn't be, as we say, operating in the unknown, the black box of scenario. So I think that's what scares a lot the risk managers within the large institutions. So having this predictability, this type of like governance frameworks that would provide for quote unquote assurances, which I'm not sure how possible they are into a pure public network. So I think there is as we say, the tide lifts all the boats. There's some maturity on both sides. Infrastructure has to mature in a way that you have some predictability, some release of schedule, some SLA guarantees, but also on the other side, institutions adopting risk frameworks and being more comfortable managing these type of risks. So I think that's what we're going to see in the next few years.
Yep. Thank you, man.
Yeah, let's echo something. I think like risk is just such an important thing we don't realize. I think like and managing risk in a large institution, let me saying like this is not a few people. This is moving hundreds or thousands of people where they have to like uplift knowledge, get a degree of comfort, be able to have formal opinion with conviction, with data, with law firms, consultancies, everything wrapped around it. So I think it's recognizing like the network effect of change in large institutions where, you know, we may all come from either small organizations or more dynamic organizations where we have that ability to operate quicker, faster, and at pace. And we can also break things at times. So I think it's just acknowledging that, you know, institutions' market position is predicated on trust. You know, it's predicated on, as you said, like the decibel point won't move. Your example's great, you know, so that just can't happen. I think as well, it's also just recognizing how far we've come. Like, I think also, you know, if you look back slightly, you know, there was a time when we were pariahs, and then now you can talk to, from an institutional perspective, there's a genuine discussion going on about, you know, the flow of capital and assets between TradFi and DeFi. I think it's just important just to acknowledge a couple of years ago, like that was like a ridiculous conversation to have. Like you've been laughed at the building, or they would have just thought that you're a scam. So I think it's against like in a really awesome way, like just recognizing like the maturity of thought, and you can now sit down with institutions and have that debate, and they acknowledge that. I think it's really important from a crypto native perspective. We can be clients, and that's just like hugely powerful. Like we arrive with assets that your customers might want, or we arrive with capital that, you know, TradFi organizations want in their funds or in their network. So I think that changing relationship, and I think it's just important where, you know, we move the debate from sometimes an adversarial either philosophy or a technology debate more to, you know, we have clients, you have clients, we have assets, you have assets. How do we build those reciprocal rails? And I really think we've hit that inflection point. So I think we're really going to see a quite an interesting uptick over the next few years.
Thanks, Ron.
Yeah, is the question like barriers to institutional adoption, would you say?
More or less, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, like, I think the big one is probably still custody. Like, you know, the concept of private key just generally is rather still insane. Like, you know, hey, here's this key, like, don't lose it. If you do, you're screwed. And obviously with MPC and stuff, there's mitigants into it, but it's like the bearer nature of crypto, which is kind of what gives it a lot of value and reason to exist to begin with, is also like a double-edged sword from an institutional framework that does rely on a degree of trust, and rightfully so. It's like, you know, I know like the stocks in my brokerage account can't get rugged if I misclick something. And that's like the core, I would say, like a big challenge. And there are some like attempts at, you know, what could you do with like, you know, whether it's social recovery or things like turnkey or privy, making wallet infrastructure more abstract and accessible, but it's still like a problem. Like even like JP Morgan said yesterday or 2 days ago, like, you know, we'll let clients trade crypto, but we won't custody it. I don't think that's because they're vehemently opposed to like holding crypto. It's I think, you know, they did the risk calculus and are like, we can't have this. So I think that's the main one. And I think then like a lot of the tools for how you interface with like DeFi are getting better. Like, for example, like pre-transaction tracing and like understanding the flows that will happen in your wallet after you sign something, especially now with Pectra, where like you can, you know, accidentally sign away with just a signed message. You don't even need to fire off a transaction anymore. I think like, you know, like a technology like, sorry if anyone here has worked on MetaMask, but I think it's done irreparable damage for the general user in crypto, and things like Rabby like improve on it. And those sort of old vestigial, terrible apps like MetaMask need to get replaced by things that are better and more informative. And I think that'll help too. Yeah.
Thanks.
I think definitely MetaMask is for individual, is not for institution.
Simon.
Yeah. And all definitely the tool part, the infra part have definitely can have a lot of room to grow. On the other side is more education, I feel, right? It still institution need, I think compared to a lot of pioneer who are really getting into the space very early, institution have a lot of education to transit themselves with those knowledge about the crypto and the blockchain infra. I think it's still pretty hardcore and tech part. It's kind of it really kind of a lot for institution to learn. I think that's where I think could be some like a way knowledge or somehow like a agency can offer that it will be significant for help with the adoption.
Yep, definitely. So we are already towards the end of our panel, but maybe just a final quick question, which is about regulations. Just with one sentence, if you can do it. Recently, actually yesterday, the Genius Act was pushed forward. What do you think is going to be the implication for stablecoins and tokenization in general, and which is the best jurisdiction for this kind of projects to thrive at this stage?
My opinion is that the best jurisdiction is definitely the US, and we saw it at MICA, I'm not sure how to pronounce it.
MICA.
It's in the in the Eurozone, but essentially there is no flows. Essentially nobody cares because there is no demand for euros. So definitely there is a US. So hopefully more maturity exactly in this policy space would be developed. So the rules of play, the rules of engagement will be clearer. So I think that's one of the biggest catalysts that we will see in the next, hopefully, months, would provide for a even playing field and for confidence that when we build things are not in the gray zone or gray area, there will be a sustainable framework that you can lean on, just like we have in traditional finance. So many frameworks. So I'm very positive about seeing those things codified. So I'm not sure how long it would take, but any positive development that this space would be wildly adopted by institutions, by companies, because this essentially solidifies the field. It wasn't a one sentence, but yeah, very positive of things being developed into the right space.
Yeah, thank you, Ben.
Yeah, it's super positive. I think it's just the irony that where crypto used to be seen as like a disruptive force and a challenge to financial markets, and now with the growth of stable coins, like we become like a fundamental underpin. Like we're buying a load of T-bills, like we're like super important to the US government from a treasury perspective. I just find that like fantastic that they're now saying, hey, we're going to ultimately like rely on crypto for like economic stability. I just think from a market positioning point of view, I think that's like just ridiculous in terms of now a market position that we can now hold, and it's true. So, and it's going to scale. So I think it's fantastic for us as an industry.
Yep, thank you.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's fine. I mean, frankly, on one hand, I don't think anyone really asked for a stablecoin regulation. Like you have 100 billion in Tether and Circle, whatever it has, like just telling you that the market says that they think these assets are safe, and people will use them. So I do worry about regulatory capture in any bill that's passed because of who's at the table versus who's not. I haven't actually looked into the exact details of the Genius Act in the form that it was passed. So that's one angle of it. But on the other hand, I am optimistic that, look, there should be basic structures around duration and redemption, and the fact that your money is still backed in an asset-backed stable if it claims to be one, that need to exist. But I think we should, as an industry, should be very careful begging to be regulated, because yeah, it can get a little too bad. It can go too far too. So Genius Act, yeah, got to be careful.
Thanks.
Yeah, answer the early question. It's Circle USDC is about 60 billion circulation, and so I think it is true that when DC the challenge is I'm not questioning their intent is intent, but I think like when we look at sub 121, it's just a horrible rule and block crypto go further because it's just insane to follow. I think sometimes when they are try to help us, but in the result is they are not in the industry, but it will be very challenging. But once if they can like gather a lot of top leaders like Coinbase, Anchorage, Circle, those, and then it could help us guide with the best practice. That'll be much more reasonable for give us a good framework. I definitely want to see stable coin rupees because I still have a circle share for my personal reason. Yeah, what I predict is once this pass, we will see all sorts of banks could bring more stablecoin on the market for help their own efficiency. I think this will be significant improve the infra for the banking, and then we'll see a revolution for the bank systems, not only in US but also for the developing country as well. I think we are enter a new stage is a significant mainstream adoption. I right now already see a lot of banking are hiring like a stablecoin experts to help them with the journey. So I'm pretty optimistic with this the signal what I see right now.
Thank you so much. So yeah, thank you all for taking your time to be here with us. So I think it was quite insightful. So yeah, thank you guys.
Thanks.
Thank you, guys. And next up, Bitcoin 3.0. How do we bring BTC to SVM? Moderated by Henry Frazetta Block, with panelists from Yala, Avalon Labs, Zeus Network, and Cicada Finance. Welcome, guys.
Later. Oh, are we starting already? Yeah. Not yet. Not yet. Okay, let's begin. I don't need slides. We're on Bitcoin. Yeah. Yeah. BTC. That's it. Yes. Just check. Okay, check it. When do we start? Start move. Hello, guys. Thank you so much for waiting. My name is Henry. I am ecosystem product lead at ZetaBlock/Kite AI. I'm also the founder of Super Team Malaysia. That's how I got into like the whole Solana SVM sort of ecosystem. And today we'll be talking about how do we bring BTC to SVM. Got some familiar faces here. Thank you so much for joining the panel. I think we have like 20 minutes. So roughly speaking, how we would like probably do this is we'll go through some of like the sort of standard questions, you know, probably ask you guys to introduce yourself and also the projects that you're working on. And then we'll go through some of the topics, probably like 3, 4, and then when I say like, okay, it means like, you know, like finish up in 1 or 2 sentences. And then after that, we'll probably go a little bit off script and just kind of like, you know, just like chat online, you know, on stage. I think it's very important to just have fun and keep it interesting. So without further ado, would you like to sort of like explain, you know, introduce yourself and also what you do and what your project's all about? Yeah, maybe starting from you. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Gary Yang, and I've been an investor for like 15 years from Web 2 to Web 3. And it's been a long time. And in the Web 3, I actually invested some of the funds, including Multicoin and also many of the projects. And from last cycle, actually, there's a lot of DeFi. So we turned to settle down and to do the project ourselves, which is a Cicada Finance. It is a protocol asset management. We pump up the real yield asset, including the mining machine fund, money market fund, and also the PayFi fund, especially the quant fund. and we put it all into the crypto, and we use our tokenomics, which is a rebalance mechanism, and to pump up all of this real yield, but not only RWA asset over there. Yeah, we'll talk to you later. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I'm Venus, and I'm the co-founder of Avalon Labs. We're the leading on-chain Bitcoin lender and the issuer of USDA, which is a stablecoin, yield-bearing stablecoin that is backed by the Bitcoin loans. And we also pioneered the first fixed borrow rate system offering 8% of the APR. Currently we have around 1.5 billion of the TVL. So yes, we are the largest one in this space. Thank you.
Hi guys, my name is Peter. I'm head of marketing at Zeus Network. I've been in the space for 7 years now, and I've been on Solana since 2021. And it's been a crazy ride for Solana. And now today in New York, celebrating Bitcoin all-time high with all of you guys. It's a unique feeling. Yeah, we'd love to deep dive more into what Zeus is doing, bringing Bitcoin liquidity onto Solana, into the DeFi protocols. Chat more later. Yeah.
Hi, this is Vicky. I think we all agree that Solana is a good chain to bring BTC liquidity here. So that's why we're here to talk to you guys. I'm a co-founder of Yala, BTC-backed stablecoin issuer.
Cool. Yeah. Thanks for the introduction. I think interesting, Peter, you mentioned that it's an all-time high. I didn't even know that. But yeah, so just trying to go through the questions, right? Could you elaborate on what distinguishes your approach on bringing BTC to SVM and Solana in a trustless manner compared to traditional wrap Bitcoin solutions? So, for example, right now we see a lot of like WBTC, which was I think co-founded by Meow, right? I think the founder of Jupiter. And so, yeah, could you elaborate a little bit more on like the ways that you're doing it, and is it different? How's it unique? Yeah. Maybe we can start for whoever wants to take it first. Yeah.
Maybe I'll go first.
Yeah, I thought you would be.
Sure. I will go first. So for Zeus Network, we're building ZBTC, which is a Solana native Bitcoin. And I think it's nice that you mentioned about WBTC, previous great example of decentralized Bitcoin. And for Coinbase actually last year launched on Solana as well, Coinbase BTC, which has done extremely well as well. And for those that don't know about the Bitcoin landscape on Solana, a year ago, there was only less than 300 Bitcoin on Solana 1 year ago. But today we're close to 7,000. So we have seen significant growth, inflow of Bitcoin onto Solana. And with the two WBTC and CBBTC, more of a centralized way into Solana from centralized bridges. But for us, ZBTC, what we have built is a permissionless on-chain one-to-one lock and mint mechanism where you deposit one Bitcoin on this Bitcoin blockchain, and through Zeus Network, we're able to communicate and use Solana to validate the Bitcoin transaction to verify the state. So then the minting process start on Solana. So every ZBTC that is minted on Solana is backed one-to-one by Bitcoin. And yesterday we just announced a partnership with Chainlink, which now they verify our proof of reserve on chain in real time. So for Zeus Network, what we are trying to build and how we envision the future of Bitcoin is permissionless, no KYC, no KYB, no centralized entity can control or freeze your transaction. Everything should be on-chain, transparent. People can go in and out from Bitcoin to Solana permissionlessly. So that's our vision. That is something that we have built so far. So we have gone just live a month ago, and we have done over 60 million volume on chain. And this whole process is just Solana validating. Yeah. So that's our approach.
Yeah. Like I think everybody knows Zeus, right? On the Solana ecosystem, very big as well, especially in the Jupiter launchpad time last year, I think around March time.
Yeah, Zeus was the first one for the Jupiter launchpad. So thanks for everybody who supported us a year ago, and now we're here.
Yep. Yep, cool. Anybody else also want to elaborate on that in technical?
Yeah, I can add some color. So in Avalon, we already provided service for over 20K Bitcoin. And our approach to deployment to the SVM is more focusing on the security and the utility. Instead of using the wrapping Bitcoin, we are using the FBTC, which is a collateral in Avalon lending ecosystem, and then use the FBTC to mint USDA, which is our stablecoin. Users, they can use the USDA to continue participate in the ecosystem, such as converted to the USDT at a 1:1 ratio without any slippage and paying 8% of the fixed borrowing rates, or stake the USDA into our SUSD staking vault and earn the yields. During the entire process, the FBTC as collateral will stay in the ecosystem. So that will provide us very secure way for users to participate in the ecosystem.
Cool. Yeah, thanks for sharing. I think like for the so we spoke a little bit about like the technical standpoint and also like how do you do things differently in terms of like bridging and stuff like that, right? But I also want to also change it up a bit and speak a little bit more on investment perspective and opportunities. Like from an investment perspective, right? How does bridging Bitcoin to Solana influence the way investors evaluate projects, or how does that cross-chain functionality open up new investment opportunities or even speculative behaviors, right? Either in institutions or even in retail. Like how is the landscape changing for investing? Yeah,
I can start it. So we see that the challenge in this space is Bitcoin holder actually is quite different from the DeFi holders. DeFi, like a yield participator right now in the market, they are more concerned about security than any other kind of like a user in the system. So we actually offer the MetaVal. What I mean is for institutional user, we actually meet wherever user is. So what I mean is we have the roadmap. We already support like a different custody offer, like a Kobo, Anchorage, Cold Wallet, Ledger, and others as well. And we have the roadmap to support Fireblocks and other. We see that this is Bitcoin miner they prefer. We see that that's where they come from. They view the security as the most important. And after we onboard them with those custodial solutions, and then we offer MetaMint powered by our notary bridge. What is actually you can view as a side chain to do the validator as a decentralized way, permissionless. This is give us the significant advantage to make sure our system is secure to meet the large customer need.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, thanks for sharing. I think you touched on a very interesting point, right? Which I think is like the velocity of money, right? When meme coins have very high velocity. Capital is very rotational, but I think in Bitcoin people are less rotational and less mercenary. Hence, they're going to park something in one place for a very long time, and hence security, right, is very important, right? So that's pretty interesting. Thanks for sharing, right? Like, will you also like share some things about investment landscape, Gary?
Yeah. For investment, actually, I think Solana investment will separate to 3 stages. The first stage is about infrastructure. And at that time, actually, I've got a fund of invest Solana by Multicoin and some of the funds. And so that is the first stage. And the second stage, I think everyone knows this is a meme. And this stage actually bring the user behavior to very special stage, which means that it's very hot, but it still have got pros and cons. And then everyone talk to Solana Foundation and Venture know that they have to change the direction, change their user behavior quite a lot, because they have to face that the casino mode cannot last long. So now it's the third stage, which means that we have to build up the infrastructure. For example, like a BTC to SVM, there's asset management, any kind of a lending protocol, any kind of asset management protocol is very important. So this is what we are now focused on. And for this situation, actually, there are 2 different directions. One is infrastructure build up. For example, I talked to Vishwa, and then they have built up many PayFi and infrastructure about that. And I think it's pretty good. From the other side, it's all of the asset over there. And I think there's not enough mature asset in Solana and SVM system. So that's what we Cicada Finance doing now. We try to build and bring and pump up many of the real asset here. We're not doing pump fund. We are doing a pump up. So there must be many yield-bearing, sustainable, reliable asset over there. So this is very important, like quant fund, like a money machine fund, something like this, right?
I want to echo Vicky's point because I think the growing of the Bitcoin ecosystem might bring the trend of the CDFI. Because when we were building the DeFi lending protocol, we chatted with a lot of top tier mining companies and the largest Bitcoin holders. And they gave us the feedback that they're not comfortable using DeFi lending because they are not comfortable to on-ramp their Bitcoin. So with those feedback, we started to build our CDFI lending platform, which is under the USDA, where we incorporate the Cobalt wallet as the custody solution to make the miners, the Bitcoin holders more comfortable. So the security is a really the key points in the entire ecosystem growth. Yeah, that's what I want to. Thank you.
Cool. Yeah, I'm gonna go off script now because we only got 7 minutes, and it's like basically yap on stage, right? So this is gonna be contentious, right? You know, there's I like to cause trouble sometimes, like the for and against, right, of BTC-Fi, right? So some people say BTC-Fi is good because it unlocks a huge amount of locked liquidity, right? And like basically money that doesn't exist in other chains, right? It's the biggest market cap, right? Bitcoin. So unlocking that is, it's a problem of unlocking that, right? But other people also say that, hey, you know, it's just a different type of market. People in Bitcoin are not, they just like to store their money. They don't like to do DeFi, right? So it doesn't work, right? So what do you guys think on that? Maybe like 2 or 3 sentences each, so budget the time.
Let's get it first. I think there is the problem from the last cycle with the LSD, means that the liquid stake derivative, there is a big problem. We cannot stake all of the liquid, or there will be no yield actually. So stake is only a methodology or a tool, and then you can bring some of the derivative, but the stake is not a purpose. So I think we have learned pros and cons from the BTC-Fi, BVM system, and now build up the SVM, we have to change. We have to take the advantages, but we have to change the problem, which we cannot stake or restake too much. We have to make all of the use liquid. That is very important. So that's why we bring up the liquid token and rebase token at the same time. So we have to give the right back to the user and people and investor for them to select if they want the yield or the liquidity, but not stake their money all the time.
Gotcha. Nice. Peter, got something to say?
Yeah, I think it's a good question. BTC-Fi, is it relevant or not, right? So I think for our vision, BTC-Fi means we want to put Bitcoin to use and to put it to work. I think our approach is not just a TVL play where how many Bitcoin we bring onto Solana. I think we want to focus on the amount of Bitcoin that we bring onto Solana, they're being utilized in DeFi. And I think we have seen a lot of different teams, institutions, and demand supplies of Bitcoin wanting to come to Solana. And why? Because Solana is probably one of the most maturing and growing DeFi landscape compared to ETH. Solana is still very early, but the money is floating to where there is opportunity. And I think BTC-Fi has opportunity on Solana, and this is a great timing, you know, for teams or even investors to get involved on Solana because the users are there. The fees that is being generated as yield is there. So I think these are the things that we're very bullish on Solana, is that there is real users, real use case, and as more liquidity comes in through better security measures, more transparent methods, I think we can see more of growth in Solana DeFi.
Nice, cool. Yeah, just in time, 2 minutes for each person left.
I was looking at the time.
So early, Henry mentioned today actually is all-time high. But I think we celebrate all-time high, all the time high, all the time, right? Given that Bitcoin keep have all-time high. So right now, in my view, how we qualify as a institution user or something like a VIP customer? We'll talk about at least 100 Bitcoin. That's 10 million. But maybe one day, maybe not very long, few years later, or maybe one Bitcoin as a large customer. Oh, you have one Bitcoin? Oh my God, that's crazy, right? So that will be the time. I think that at that time, I never question about B5, because if everyone have that amount of asset, really want to see let it sit for do nothing, definitely for sure. I think naturally this will go somewhere. I think it is the challenge for all the project here is how we can make sure we have the most secure system, allow user can be able to earn yield without like a risk they are Bitcoin. So that's where I think is on our side, how we can message it, how we can operate it, how we can make sure it function as expect to give the benefits for the Bitcoin holder.
Yeah, I definitely hope that one day we'll be considered whales with just one Bitcoin. I think we'll be very happy. Yeah. Anything, Will, do you want to add?
Yes. So BTC5 was a hot topic last year, but the narrative kind of goes down a little bit this year. But I think a lot of people didn't understand the real demand or opportunities behind BTC5. Bitcoin as the digital gold that connects both traditional finance and the DeFi, it has the huge potential to bring the real volume from the TradeFi. So I think with the BTC5 or the BTC ecosystem continue to grow, the Bitcoin will activate more financial needs in both traditional finance and the DeFi, and bring new arrow to the entire crypto industry. Thank you.
Nice, cool. Yeah. Now I have to figure out how I'm going to fill up the few seconds left on stage. So maybe if you had one or two sentences to say as a takeaway to the audience, what would you say? Yeah.
Well, I think after BTC5, I think SVM and will be very different from BVM. And I think the most important thing is the real yield and real application. So for example, like a real application, I can see that the PayFi is the very good direction, and real yield, it's there are many directions. So for example, like quant fund, and for example, like mining machine, money market fund is pretty good. Yeah.
Bitcoin will go to 1 million in 2 years. So hold your Bitcoin. Don't sell it.
If you love Solana and love Bitcoin, then you're gonna love what Zeus is pushing out in June. Soon you'll be able to stake Solana and earn Bitcoin on Solana.
Alpha.
Woo! I think actually I want to anchor what she said, right? Hold the Bitcoin, I will see that actually goes to moon. But I think the big bet for all of us here is Bitcoin with Solana. I think this actually give us the most alpha in the whole crypto ecosystems.
Cool, guys. Thank you so much for joining the panel. Please give a round of applause to the panelists here for the really good opinions and also the alpha, right?
Thank you.
Thank you so much for being patient, and I'll see you guys around. Please add them and follow them on Twitter. All right.
Okay, thank you so much. Now it's time for a technical deep dive, hardware acceleration, what it is and how it impacts scaling. Join the Solare engineering team with Chats, Joshua, and Chao Fan, moderated by Mena from Sprout.
Hello, everyone. Testing. Hello, everyone. My name is Mena. I'm the founder and CEO of Sprout, and I'm so glad to be here to be monitoring this panel with all the really, really awesome engineers from Solare. A lot of them, I've known them for several years, who also have helped me with engineering, smart contract issues. So I think this is going to be a really awesome panel. And I will try my best to ask the hardest questions I could. So let's do a first quick round of self-intros.
Hey everybody, Charles here. I'm founding engineer at Solaire. We have 4 people here today. We have 6 people in total for engineering team. So you're talking to most of us today. My background is more like cloud and also like hardware stuff. I do also some security compared to my other colleges. Yeah, so been working a lot with Solaire. Hopefully we can answer your questions today.
Hey everyone, Joshua here. So I lead products, so anything product integrations, things like that. Happy to chat. Yeah, and then probably interested in AI, a bit of background on that side. So yeah, happy to have a chat.
Hi everyone, I'm Chi, and I used to be a security researcher at Felsen, aka hacker, and also I joined Solaire earlier this year, and I'm building the chain right now.
Hello, I'm Chao Fan. I'm an engineer at Solaire, and previously I was co-founder of Firstland. My expertise is in security and distributed system.
Cool. Let's get started. So let's talk about Solaire's architecture a little bit. What core design choices set the Solaire chain apart from all the other layer 2s or layer 1s?
We don't consider ourselves to be a layer 1 or layer 2, but more like a side chain, like Polygon to Ethereum. So our consensus is mostly just handled by ourselves, not on a separate layer 1. But still, for some fault-tolerant things, we could not handle in such a way that if we don't have enough of economic security on our chain, then we couldn't handle it. Then we offload it to Solana and have Solana to handle the fault-tolerant. Yeah.
Any adding? No. Okay.
We're pretty shy, like so. Yeah.
So if you are handling, I guess, all the transaction settlement, right? Is there any specific things you're dealing with sequencing? Because right now, like as is really, really a big narrative, right? So I want to hear your thoughts on that.
Right. So we have our own set of sequencers, which is like a POA set of sequencers that could be rotated over time. And we also have like a fleet like that allows anyone to join to verify the blocks produced by the sequencer and get the rewards. For ordering, so for us, we're mostly just on our sequencer side, we do it first come, first serve, but it's definitely possible for external applications to do the application specific sequencing. And we do support like a port that allows others to submit bundles and submit like a large set of transactions to our sequencer, and the sequencer will respect the order of the transaction in a bundle.
Basically, just to clarify, there's no whitelisting. Anybody can become the sequencer.
Right.
Yeah. Oh, are you concerned about security reasons at all?
So for a sequencer, it's definitely going to be decentralized. Like a centralized sequencer never is going to work out because of the like the nature of our industry. We want everything to be decentralized. If it's not decentralized, then how do you tell others that your money is not in our bank account or just in our multisig, that we could just steal it by doing some signatures by me or by Chi or by others? So we're going to have a decentralized sequencer, and we're going to have a decentralized fleet of verifiers that are going to verify the output of the sequencer. And the sequencer's main workload is just to do the sequencing and produce the block. And the verifier is in charge of ensuring the consensus, ensuring that everything produced is valid.
Thanks. Now I would like to move on to more a bit about like what the chain is enabling, right? Because most of, no matter sidechain layer 1, layer 2s, you optimize for certain reasons. It could be the throughput, it could be modularity, it could be the cost or something else. So how are you guys seeing from more a functional perspective, making the trade-offs as Solaire?
So sorry, can you repeat?
So when you guys design the chain, right? What are the trade-offs you make? Like, what are you focusing on? Is it modularity? Is it throughput? Is it cost? Or is it anything else?
Okay, so the only like aim for the chain is the speed, the throughput. we're aiming for 1 million TPS, and right now we have 100K. You can see in the demo room, and it's mixed of like simple transfers and swaps as well. And so some numbers of the industry right now. So for example, for Solana, they have 70K transfer. That's the max they can do right now, and we are hitting 100K with transfers and swaps, which is like already a huge progress to it. And it's because like we have some special eliminations of like features on Solana. We remove some unnecessary parts of the of like Agave, the Solana validator client, and that's yeah, with the focus of the throughput, that's the number one goal of our development.
Why does it matter? Like, who are you catering to? Is it traders? Is it institutions? I don't think retail users gonna say, oh, 500 millisecond is way worse than 40 milliseconds, you know?
Okay, so I think like enabling a huge bandwidth will unlock a lot of like imaginations. For example, if you are watching YouTube, you might need like 100 megabyte bandwidth in your home Wi-Fi, and with that bandwidth available, you can do it on the chain. Basically, you can upload like streaming stuff on our chain, like everyone else can download it simultaneously, and that will unlock another like a variety of applications there.
Yeah.
And
So
sorry, go
yeah,
ahead.
sorry, go ahead. Yeah, and on the trading side, so the trading is not just consisted of the users, but also the market makers. And the market maker needs the real-time price feed, which most of other chains cannot provide. And if the latency is low enough, like 1 millisecond, then the market maker is definitely happier than if they could get the price after 12 seconds. And for market makers, if they can get the price faster, they could just provide more spread, provide more liquidity to the market in a more efficient way. Yeah.
Yeah, and also fast chain means that fast finality in our case, because we are using a unique sequencer model. So the order is decided after sequencer starts streaming data out, which means that if you are building a purpose on us, that's the finalization time already. Meaning we receive the transaction, decide the sequence, and then it's finalized pretty much. If you trust the sequencer, which is fairly centralized at the beginning, with the decentralized go in the future. So that unlocks huge trading opportunity, especially for perps on Solana. So think about it. If you trade perps on Solana, your finalization time is roughly 10 seconds. This is crazy. And if you do that well, maybe some company use confirmed status, maybe you can average out to like 4-5 seconds. Yeah, but like for us, you can imagine right away finalization, like milliseconds level. And then that makes it so easy to like, liquidate you or like, like close the position, whatever. That's the thing we're thinking about. Fast with large throughput, meaning really unlock whatever we haven't seen before. So I think, as he mentioned, infrastructure improvement unlocks more application level of like innovation. That's what we're thinking right now.
Yeah, I think I can just jump in a bit on like the consumer side as well. I think retail might not, in a sense, might be too concerned about difference between like milliseconds, right? But if you're trying to build like a consumer app for, say, e-commerce, I used to be in e-commerce background, every second counts because conversion rates plummet after your first or second, even for page loads. So people optimize how fast your page loads. But if you are trying to sell something and someone buys, they make a transaction, and then it takes some time for confirmation, but you have like an upsell page, you want to sell them something afterwards. They might just drop there, and then you stop selling everything after. That's like a real revenue impact. Other things, maybe AI. If people are looking to do like low latency AI distributed training, and say I want to have a heartbeat server that pings all the other distributed clusters and say, hey, is everything going well? Do I split payments? Things like that. If you have 10 servers, 100 servers, and you do one heartbeat, that's like 100 transactions, right? Or something like that. That could require a lot of throughput. I think people would need to do a lot more, like people develop all sorts of applications once they know that it's not going to be too expensive doing certain kind of actions. And for consumer side, it's going to be a lot easier to build, knowing that my end users are not going to fall off the consumer journey because of like some low latency problems.
Yeah. Looks like the engineers really like this question. But I do agree with you. Like the end audience could not only be like human beings, but also AI agents. That would be a really, really large population. And then we need to make sure the infrastructure is like machine readable. It's always reliable. The up runtime going to be almost like 99% to 100%. So now I want to talk a little bit about, what's the developer experience like building on Solaire? Because I mean, essentially, you guys are building this modularity or toolkit or the sidechain that you hope a lot of applications would build on top of you guys, right? No matter the video streaming, the AI agents. What are the ultimate, like, what do you think the audience, the app developers, gonna be focusing on, and what are you guys working on optimizing right now?
I can start. So we're building based on SVM right now. So our existing program can pretty much migrate without any effort. It's just a switch of RPC endpoint for them. But like one thing we do not support is WebSocket because it slows down the chain so much. But instead we have other like streaming mechanism for you to subscribe data change for the chain. So pretty much the message is like, if you're developing on Solana right now, you can migrate without any effort. All the two chain is the same, and we're building more in-house, offering to those general SVM ecosystem. Yeah. So other stuff we're optimizing is really like, like when a chain becomes so fast, the data is huge. Every second we're generating gigabytes of data right now. So it's like, how can we enable developers to find the data they need with really cheap? Right, we're gonna build a lot of like RPC and optimization around that. And so developers, for them, they don't need to pay expensive RPC, maybe right at the beginning, because we're gonna offer everything for them. So they can just come and use directly. That's one thing we're building right now. So if there, please add more.
Yeah, so I think on the code level, they don't need to change anything if they can already deploy their thing on Solana. But maybe on the like development mindset level, they might need to think more about some consequences building on a such fast chain. Like maybe some assumptions may not hold. Maybe some slot level or epoch level things, they might need to like change their mindset a little bit. But it's just some initial thoughts of me.
I think for my side, I'll be focusing heavily on like distribution. So like expanding like our CLI toolset so that anyone who wants to just try out transactions, look at simple ways they can have sample code to interact with things, I'll start adding more into that. And making sure that our CLI tool or like endpoints that we use to construct transactions are not just usable by humans, but also by AI agents. So that once we plug in, hopefully we can have like an MCP integration up so that literally anyone with an MCP server will be able to start making transactions on Solana. You can go into Claude, your desktop app, and maybe even do transactions from there directly. So it'll be interesting.
Yeah, just to add on to the topic, we're also building in-house bridge for developers.
I was going to ask, what do you think about interoperability? Yeah,
okay,
go ahead,
cool.
go ahead.
All right, cool. So we're building in-house bridge. Why I have to mention that for developers? Because we support not only the asset bridge, but also the cross-chain call, which means you can call Solaire smart contract or program from Solana program. And you can do vice versa. You can call Solana swap from Solaire program call, and we're gonna bridge the call instantly for you. So that enables a lot of new experience for user and as well as the traders specifically, right? Because now I can essentially bridge money to Solaire right now and do another trade on like Solana to balance it out, right? Like, I mean, I'm not a professional trader, but I think there's gonna be a lot of imagination here. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. I think like if you guys are able to persuade a lot of application developers to not settle on your chain, but just to go through all the write all the transactions through your chain, and then they can bridge the transaction to other chains, then that will be the goal. And I think that will be the best usage of why like your chain is the fastest, right?
Exactly. And also, so we are being so fast. We do not only want the chain execution to be fast, we also want the asset movement to be very, very fast between us and others.
Yeah.
So like money come and go all the time. We don't want to be like, hey, you deposit money is instant and then we withdraw money is 7 days. That kind of experience is really bad. So everything on Solaire will be very fast.
Yeah, but that's one thing. I think another thing, especially for a large asset issuer, decentralization is really, really important. Otherwise, like, why would a large asset issuer come in to issue that asset on your chain, right? How do you guys think about that? I mean, this is also limitation for Solana too.
Yeah. So basically, like we sacrifice some consensus, like we have one centralized sequencer, but we added some other mechanisms to ensure like decentralization. We have a set of verifiers. Those verifiers, the binders, they can be run at like home PC, and as long as the chain is say we do something evil, which is not possible like to for our interest. But if we do anything evil, they will instantly find it and they will halt the chain, and people will be able to like withdraw their asset on Solana. And also like some people were asking about like censorship, and also we have this forced inclusion mechanism, which works basically pretty much like L2, like forced inclusion. You can send transaction just like chat said, you can send transaction on Solana, and verifiers or our sequencer will include that transaction in our chain forcefully. And yeah, that's how we deal with the decentralization problem.
Yeah, so just to add on that, our execution part based on white paper and whatever we're building right now is fairly centralized, I'll be honest. But like why we still call it a blockchain layer one, that's because we design a very decentralized consensus layer. So you may imagine the execution part happens within a very limited number of nodes, but the verification part happens among thousands of them. And then we design some really funny, interesting stuff, which means like most of the verifiers or validators in this case, they just, pretty much you can vote yes for everything. Like it never hurts, right? What are we gonna do is we're gonna send some honey, honeypot, right? Like something, yeah, honeypot. Pretty much is meant to be false. And then if you actually do not do the job, you will be slashed. You actually need to work for this. And then the verifier will design that to be very lightweighted such that everybody can run their laptop. You do not need dedicated hardware on the server to run that. This means we can easily scale the verifier like that. Yeah.
Okay. Enough difficult questions. Let's move on to some obvious ones. I know you guys are pushing really, really heavily on the Emerald card. And can you guys tell us like what makes it special? Like why does retail users want to use the Emerald card?
Yeah, I guess like it's a whole bundle of like different kinds of features. The first one is like we have some of the most competitive fees on the market. And we actually eat some costs as well here and there for users, so they can really spend off chain like on in real life as much as possible. Number two is I think the Emerald rewards. There are not many places where you can spend on one platform and earn from an entire ecosystem of partners. I think that part is huge. We're starting to stack a lot more discounts, a lot more like partnerships with different kinds of platforms, and announcements will be going out over the next 1 or 2 weeks. So that, hey, if you have this card and you're already subscribed to all of these like different platforms, you can receive like really exclusive discounts that you're not going to get anywhere else. And other cards kind of compete on like cashback, but if I can give you a straight up discount, you don't really need to care about cashback, right? You're saving money anyways. Other things about the card, being the optional yield as well. You can deposit and then you can earn yield on your deposit as well. I think that part's pretty interesting. We'll have sub cards out in the future, and then a lot more integrations. I'm interested in exploring like more on the payment side, whether we can like support small businesses if they're trying to do like transactions. Other things maybe even integrated with. I think Stripe launched like an agent kit recently, which allows the agents to have cards themselves. So if an agent has both a wallet as well as a card, it can handle both real-world transactions as well as on-chain transactions. So that could be interesting to kind of pursue. But I think in terms of all these things, like we are trying to optimize as many features, requests from the users so they can have the smoothest experience, save the most money at the same time, and also experience the most like in terms of upside and like rewards. So
any additional thoughts on the card? I think we are running out of time, but I really, really appreciate all the engineers like honest feedback. Is there any alphas you guys can share?
Card usage has points.
Is that a real alpha?
Josh can confirm. Like,
our cards have Emerald rewards points, so it helps with unlocking a lot of different kinds of Emerald rewards and things like that. So spending is encouraged.
I'm pretty straightforward guy. We will sit into our job later. Yeah. And we hope.
Cut that out, cut that out. Thank you guys. Yeah. Thank you.
All right. By the way, most of us gonna be on the other room for demo, and you can try it out. Oh.
Hey, thank you guys. Next, we have Solana DeFi 3.0, the next generation of Solana DeFi, moderated by Yao Yao from Solana Foundation, with panelists from GMGN, Jupiter, Newbit, and Camino Finance. Welcome, guys.
Guys, I think we probably need to wait a little bit. We have Mark from Camino, the founder of Camino, is still on his way. So yeah, we'll probably wait for a few minutes.
I guess you guys can like start introducing yourself and then use this extra time to introduce your project, maybe.
Yeah, this works. So I will do a brief introduction. So this is Yao Yao. I'm working for Solana Foundation and very happy to join the Solar SVM Summit and together with some like top DeFi projects from the Solana ecosystem. So today we actually was going to have Sion, the co-founder of Jupiter, with us as well, but he got because this panel has changed the time, so he couldn't make it. But still very excited to have other like new teams in the ecosystem and also some OG team like Camino in the ecosystem to talking about the future of Solana DeFi. So yeah, while we're waiting for Mark, so what about we start to do some self-introduction and also want to learn more about your projects as well.
Okay, thanks. So it's Suki here. I'm a GMGen's BD lead. I'm also the only one only one in US. Like most of team members are in Asian, and we are building a very large Asian meme community. And as for GMGen, it's a meme trading platform. I think most of people heard of GMGen is from Trump, because a lot of Chinese students are the like millions in GMGen. They bought Trump. So like I think over 50% trading volume of our platform is come from Solana. So I think GMG is a part of meme culture in Solana now. So it's very I think meme coin is also a very important topic in this circle, and also for today's topic, the next generation of Solana DeFi. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, my name is Norbert. I'm doing global growth here at Newbit, and I think a little exception because we're a Bitcoin project. So in short, pretty much we are core contributor of Bitcoin Thunderbolt, which lets you send, transfer Bitcoin instantly without bridging, without wrapping, all in a native way. And pretty much where the connection comes in is we are super close to Solaire. We had an ongoing campaign going on. So any Solaire cardholder could actually claim some real BTC if they start spending Solana within or Solaire Solana within their card. So I think one of the biggest thing that we kind of transitioning into as well, we are able to see where Bitcoin as an asset class has been growing, and not too many people are willing to actually spend it. So like we're trying to find a way where users do able to earn real BTC within actually their constraints. They can just send and pretty much spend Solana, and they can actually earn some BTC as a pretty much like reserve asset on it.
Yeah, pretty cool. And I'm always very excited to see some new players and some new assets in the ecosystem because which means like new users and new user experience and new assets, right? So yeah, because we are already here and meme coin is like one topic we cannot avoid in this cycle. Where meme coin is where retail users are, right? So I think recently we have the Mark here. So hi, please join. Yeah, we will just finish the self-introduction part. So, yeah, I would love to invite my old friend Mark from Camino.
Sorry, I'm late.
No worries.
Finding out what New York traffic's like. Yeah.
Oh my God, it's so bad. Sorry, New York City, but it's bad. Yeah, Mark.
Sorry,
Do you want to do some self-introduction?
Yeah, sure. Sorry. Oh, cute dog. Anyway, hey everyone. My name is Mark. I come from Camino. Well, actually, I come from England. I live in Switzerland, but I come from Camino. Basically, if you don't know Camino, we are DeFi protocol on Solana. We do a few things, probably best known at the moment for being the largest credit marketplace on Solana. So you can come and do borrowing and lending. There's over 4 billion assets supplied right now. We also do some cool products which we call liquidity vaults. What they do is market making on dexes, so plugging into Orca, Radium, Meteora. And the most recent product is Camino Swap, which is very cool. It's like a meta aggregator, so it plugs into Jupiter and a bunch of other DEX aggregators like OKX. And we also have a very cool integration with Pith Express Relay for intense-based swaps, so bridging off-chain and on-chain liquidity. A bunch of fun things. So yeah, look forward to speaking today.
Yeah, thank you so much for sharing. And yeah, Camino has been with Solana ecosystem, I think from the probably the very beginning, and I'm very happy to see it's growing and also achieve a lot like new milestones. So congratulations. Yeah, let's get back to the topic. So today we have some like a OG player and we have some new players in the ecosystem as well. So the first question is, what key innovations have merged in the Solana DeFi space compared to the first generation or the second generation DeFi protocols in the ecosystem so far, from your observation? Maybe I think I want to serve this question first to Mark as well, because you have been here forever.
Sure, thanks. So innovations. What I really like, I'm just going to refer back to what I talked about the last there. I mean, the whole kind of meta aggregator. A few years ago, if you started using Solana DeFi, one of the first places you'd go to was a DEX. And you go to Radium back then, Orca back then. You had to look at what tokens they had there, how the liquidity was, do some swaps on their UI. And then we kind of evolved into this phase where Jupiter came in with the Jupiter aggregator. It became a very much loved protocol in Solana. And over time, we've seen, of course, Jupiter thriving, but different models coming, different algos, different ways to aggregate prices from dexes. Now we've seen the whole off-chain to on-chain liquidity that I talked about with Camino Swap and Pith Express Relay. And that's taken us into the era of the meta aggregator, so the aggregator of aggregators. And the net effect really is awesome for users because you're able to get access to the best prices on-chain on Solana. We're able to bridge the worlds of off-chain and on-chain. We can do very cool things like slippage-free limit orders and no risk of the whole MEV topic as well. So I really like this. It just contributes to a more thriving DeFi ecosystem, more reason to stay on chain and all on Solana.
Yeah, and also I think the user experience and the scalability of the DeFi projects on Solana is getting so much better as well compared to the first generation. So also the same question to Suki.
As for the innovation, I think when I first got into this space, I found Solana was building some how to say some projects that completely copy Ethereum. Like some devs just rewriting Uniswap from Solidity to Rust. So since it's very simple at the beginning, there is not so many projects in Solana in that time. Just some boring DeFi protocols like DEX, some lending protocols. But things has been completely changed when Pump Fund come up. Yeah. I think in back to 2021, in that time, 2022, in that time, there is not so many token in Solana. But now we can see thousands of tokens launched every day. Just as we talking right now, maybe some token was launched by someone. Yeah, I think that's a big change. Yeah, and Solana becomes a game changer and the industry leader instead of just copying Ethereum. Yeah, I think that's a
Yeah, thank you. But I think like because I know like Pump.Fund literally like changes the way how assets was like issued or token was launched. But I think one of the reasons why Pump.Fund is here is because Solana already have a very a solid infrastructure regarding the network itself. And also, for example, we also have products like Camino, Radium provided the liquidity, and also we have the Jupiter providing a super smooth trading experience for the users. And I think that's a fundamental why the like a game shift is happening on Solana. So maybe everything starts from the boring side, but there will be a big change. What about you, Nobit? Do you have some sharing about this?
Yeah, I think like the biggest thing you guys already mentioned, but essentially like with Solana, with account abstraction being a big thing, what's been the biggest onboarding user experience has been, again, like the easier for the user to actually get on chain, essentially start using applications, the more likely they're going to stick around. I think what have been seen like the past couple of months is meme tokens or meme coins being a really easy onboarding tool. But after that, the value definitely is on chain already, like within Solana. So like it's easy onboarding experience, but there's definitely much more within DeFi that could be achieved. And I think with how I feel like most of the people have like almost like a goldfish memory now through TikTok. And essentially, if you're unable to provide that fast transaction without having an instant essential result from your action, we're just gonna move on. You're gonna find something else that you're used to. Like people are not willing to stick around for something longer. So I think that's why that's also like a huge thing with when it comes down to speed. If it's not instant, people move on. And I think you do have to adapt. And with that, like I feel like that's why Solana has been doing that in the best possible way.
Yeah, thank you so much. As we already talking about meme coin, we said like meme coin is something we cannot avoid in this circle. Like everyone trade meme coins here, right? And we just say a lot of competitor of Pump.Fund comes up like very recently. Like Radium have their own like meme coin launchpad, and also we also have Chain also launched their own meme coin launchpad as well. So the question is like, how do you guys thinking about the meme coin launchpad like a competition landscape right now? And what we can envision in the future. Also, like how we can, like meme coin is one of the way to onboard the new users, but what else we can do to keep them in the ecosystem and help them to enroll in other DeFi protocol as well. So the question also, maybe Suki, do you want to get started first?
Yeah. As for the meme launchpad, I just want to say we need to compare it with NFT marketplace in the last circle, because I think those two are very similar and also very different. So there is a fact that most of the I mean the measure of the user of meme coin is come from NFT traders. And the game players like GMGN, BullX, and other platform like even Pump.farm, they come from NFT product team. That's very amazing, right? I think compared to NFT, I think meme coin is more like TikTok moment of crypto culture. Like we don't trade some artists. We don't trade art, but we trade the news. For example, the Trump just post a tweet, or we will buy it immediately. So I think in this circle, we don't need artists to produce assets. It just come organic from everyday's news, TikTok, just like TikTok. We post, we create, and it's very natural and very organic, and we spread it. I think this game will lasted longer than NFT, and it's definitely a huge innovation in this era. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. So like basically like everything can be tokenized.
Yeah.
Yeah. What about you, Mark? Do you have some insights regarding the competition?
Well, I just think it's testament to the vibrancy of Solana, the fact that, you know, Pump.fun has done really well, has been criticized in various ways. New entrants come along, they've got traction. So yeah, I think it goes to show there's a hunger to innovate, there's a hunger to iterate. There's an opportunity for builders, for innovators, and yeah, what their landscape looks like, at least right now, you know, in one moment it changes again in 6 months. So yeah, that's cool. It keeps everyone on their toes. I mean, we've managed to grow, for example, to one of the largest DeFi protocols, but you have to keep that hunger, you have to keep shipping, because if you don't, you look over your shoulder and suddenly someone else is whizzing by with a new product. So yeah, to builders, I would say, not just for the meme coin competition, but everywhere, keep shipping.
Yeah, I think actually competition is quite good because can keep the ecosystem to be one thing is like active. Then we also get some new good product, and it's all a good thing for the end users, so they can always find some like a better user experience. What about you, Nobit? Do you have some insights regarding this question?
Yeah, I think like pretty much like well summarized, where the biggest winner is always going to be the user from it. I think with better or more competition it is, and you know, when it's not zero sum, I think that's the most important thing, where not one product or one project is going to rule it all. There's always some small iteration that's going to make it better. And that's why the user itself is going to decide whichever they think is better. But again, it's going to keep you on top of your toes to keep on innovating, keep on trying to make the user experience better and better, where again, similar with like chain abstraction, account abstraction, we falling back to the same kind of Web2 user experience where we are used to. We are done that for many, many years, even decades. So I think meme tokens, once again, like whatever project it comes through with, it helps with the distribution, or at least get people on board. But then, you know, the real product is actually going to keep them within the echo.
Yeah, thank you so much. And yeah, I think for this cycle, so one thing is about the meme coins, about the attention, but what's more important is for DeFi is also about the liquidity. And this cycle we do say more like TradFi getting into crypto space, and we are everyone's like trying to get more money or liquidity from the institution. So the question is like, how does Solana DeFi ecosystem working with the traditional institutions today, and what can we do to attract more liquidity from the traditional finance? So yeah. First question also to Mark, because you guys been working on this a lot, I know. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Definitely spending a lot more time on that than the meme coins at the moment. So yeah, exactly. You maybe saw in the media yesterday, Camino announced a sort of a collaboration with securitize assets and bringing on especially the Apollo credit fund into Camino. And that's really the area that we're playing right now. And what you could say is Solana DeFi and on-chain finance growing from only being crypto native assets through to a broad range. So I really think now we see like big FOMO, like big energy from TradFi, like bringing their tokens on chain, their assets on chain. And that's a focus for us and should be for a lot of DeFi, which is bringing in interesting tokens. We're trying to do that, especially from the credit perspective. These are amazing collateral assets, right? So credit funds earning 10% a year, other types of tokenized funds, tokenized stocks, tokenized ETFs. And these are assets that people want to hold. And actually, institutions are looking for utility. They're looking for extra distribution, of course, of their assets, like Apollo, which is huge in the fund space, especially credit funds. But if we're able to marry together the tokenized versions of these assets with DeFi utility, for example, credit lines against them, then that's where we see, I think, this growth from Solana DeFi being 10 billion through to 20 billion and beyond. So spending a lot of energy there right now, working with different types of institutions. And there's a bunch of challenges to overcome, such as who can hold them, who can trade them, how do we think about designing the tokens, designing the DeFi protocols to accommodate them, lots more regulatory concerns. But yeah, super exciting to be involved there now.
Yeah, I think that's also like a pretty cool. We do say this year, like at the accelerator, it's like a super new because the first time Solana hosting a like big event in US, and also I think it's probably one of the first time we see a lot of regulators and we see a lot of institution really join the conference. So if you are going to the Ship or Die event tomorrow, then you will also hear a lot like good news from this side as well. So thank you, Mark, and thanks for their contribution to help the institution really get on board to Solana. What about you, Nubit? Maybe from the BTC perspective.
Yeah, I think pretty much like what we've seen in 2024, like much more clarity from the regulatory aspect from the US, and that definitely kind of spreads across the globe as well. So it definitely makes easier to innovate things. And I think from yesterday or a couple of days ago, where the Genius Act like has passed, I think much more clarity is gonna come at the end of the day. That again benefits the end user, because I think if you have kind of some sort of rules or where we can actually kind of move in between, it will make actually onboard more users, which naturally going to bring in more liquidity. I think both from retail aspect and from the institutional aspect, they do want pretty much the clarity. I think institutions, since they're playing with much bigger or deeper pockets, they do have to make sure that at the end of the day, everything is secure. Like there's no, and I think when it comes down to both BTC and then Solana as well, when smart contracts get involved, I think the security is the number one priority that everyone needs to take control over. So I think that's one of them. But I think starting with the foundation, which is, in my opinion, is PayFi, on top of that, how the yield can be contributed, how it could be distributed back to the user, and also back to the institutions, because they're not looking for 50% yield. They're just trying to make sure that they get a little bit more on top of what the inflation actually does year over year. So, yep, that's just kind of my aspect from also BTC. But again, I think we're on the right path, that it just keeps on growing and heading to the right direction. So we'll be excited to see what's coming next.
Yeah, I think the growth matters. Like you're either from the traditional liquidity or from the BTC to Solana, it's all about like you expand the boundaries. So very last question is like how do you guys think about the biggest challenge for Solana-based DeFi protocol these days, and what will be the next big opportunity for their in the future? So the first question to Siki.
For the biggest challenge for Solana, I think I think the problem is also the scalability because that's why we need SVM, why we need Solare. So for meme trading. So for meme trading, the speed is the zero latency is very important to every traders. So I think we are all seeking a better user experience, the high speed infrastructure, and we need like some new chain like Solare, some new solution to help us to have a more professional experience, a trading experience. So I think the biggest challenge is also for scalability. So I think Solare is going to be solve this problem. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. What about you, Mark?
Yeah, so challenges. I mean, I think at the moment the world's our oyster, but a big challenge is still the adoption at scale of public blockchains. So lots to overcome there with lots of side challenges of regulatory clarity and so on. But that ties in with the major one. And then in terms of opportunities, like I said, the world's our oyster right now, and a thriving world of Solana SVM broadly is really good. So we're seeing the opportunity for Bitcoin assets to come at scale. There's so many very interesting Bitcoin on Solana, which is in essence like an RWA. So we've seen Coinbase Bitcoin do really well. We've got OKX Bitcoin and Zeus Bitcoin's been coming to Solana recently, together with multiple other ones. So we've got this era of very interesting assets with the Bitcoins, with the stable coins, with the tokenized securities and RWAs. And I think that and the fallout from it just results in a huge amount of more economic activity on chain and a thriving world. So the opportunity for builders is huge right now. So build cool products, think about what's coming in the future, think about not just retail, but institutional needs. And yeah, there's a massive opportunity.
Thank you. And about you, Nubit? Do you have some insight regarding this?
I think like Mark said it, like summarized it perfectly. I feel like for what could happen, I feel like we never really know what to predict, what would be one of the kind of, downfalls or the negatives. But there's a ton of opportunities within the ecosystem, like with more builders, more devs actually getting onboarded, more cool stuff being built. And again, the competition is healthy. It's good for the ecosystem. It's a natural kind of cycle where more players enter, forcing you to have a better product. So the end users will be happy at the end. I think as many different ways, I feel like from a BTC aspect, at least, like more retail users have been aware of it, which definitely helps, I feel like, the adoption of things. But again, if we can get institutions more on board, be on the same page about what can be achieved in Solana and what other ecosystem has to offer, will just only help for a continuous growth for Web3 as a whole.
Yeah, thank you so much. So yeah, a conclusion. So the next generation of Solana DeFi is like a better scalability and more liquidity and better user experience. So thank you guys for sharing. That's all for the panel today.
Thank you.
Thanks, Yo-Yo.
Thank you. The next panel is Security in Focus, Real-Time Defense, How the Pros Secure Web3, moderated by Sebastian from Everlabs, with speakers from Satora, Fuzzland, Immunify, and Asymmetric Research.
In my brain.
Well, hello, everyone. Thanks a lot for joining this panel. I'm here with 4 legends of Web3 security today, and I'm super excited. So my name is Sebastian. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Adavar Labs. We're a boutique Solana audit shop that manages, to do internal QA with collaboration of independent researchers. And I'm going to hand it off to our first amazing panelist. Muli, you want to introduce yourself?
Yes, thank you. I'm excited to be here. I'm Muli Sagiv. I'm co-founder of DeFi Security Summit, which is education in security, and also Satora, which is a security firm providing security services, including auditing, formal verification, incident response, Web2 consulting, and also formal verification. And also we have a tool for formal verification. Excited to be here.
Super exciting. Please go ahead.
Okay. My name is Chao Fan. I'm CTO of Firstland. We mainly do real-time security by just monitoring all smart contracts on the chain and identifying attacks and vulnerabilities ahead of the attack.
Mike O'Keefe. I head up sales and customer success for Immunify. We're known for our flagship bug bounty programs and audit competitions. Also do audits for all chains, including Solana, and have a end-to-end security platform for folks, both Web 2 and Web 3 services within there.
Hi, everyone. My name is Jonathan Claudius. I'm co-founder and CEO of Asymmetric Research. We focus on holistic security program development for layer 1s and DeFi. We also run a rather large infrastructure business where we run validators and other exotic Web3 infrastructure. Thank you.
Awesome. Thanks, guys. So let's move on to our first topic. It's on-chain versus off-chain security. Just a few weeks ago, there was this 0-day patched on Solana, right? A true, work of art. And a few months before, at the end of last year, we had this supply chain attack on Web3.js that basically gave attackers access to, keys and systems of developers. So how should teams split their efforts between, securing on-chain and off-chain stuff? Like how should they manage all of that? Many people are focusing on purely on-chain, but it seems like there's a bunch of dangers lurking off-chain as well.
Yes, should I start?
Yes, please.
So you're absolutely right. I think that what we are seeing in the last 2 years is that the focus has been shifted. Initially, most of the errors were on-chain. And I think now the situation is unclear. There are 3 reasons. First of all, it looks like we are doing a good job in protecting the on-chain code with auditing, formal, and many things. The second thing is that we see that the off-chain code is getting way more complex. So things are tricky. And also, we have to see the attacks are getting more sophisticated. If you look into Bybit attack, this is a attack that we haven't seen before. So the attackers, so now if you ask people, and this is what we see in Satora and many others, many are spending equally amount of effort in the off-chain as in the on-chain.
Okay, please go ahead.
Yeah, so this is true. And we see a lot of projects only invest in Web3 security. They only audit their smart contract. They don't audit their infra. But indeed, they should put more funds into their Web2 infrastructure, their off-chain infrastructure. There are a lot of cases recently that got not just due to private key leak, like Bybit case, but also other cases like Morpho Blues front-end compromise, like having a vulnerability that is allowing everyone to front-run their transaction and then claim the free money. And there's a lot more other cases where there is issues in backend, there's issues in front-end that is causing others to lose money. And recently, the amount of hack that are due to the front-end or back-end issues actually spiked. Yeah.
Yeah, so piggybacking off of obviously what the other panelists had set up here, one of the things I believe in personally is just an ethos of security and vigilance within the personnel at your company. Like it should start there, right? Regardless if you're 2 people or 200 people. That's one of the things that's the most important to cover those gaps. The other thing that I've noticed is I almost think of it like in terms of medical care. So it's a lot harder to go in with a problem and then go visit a bunch of specialists. And I feel like we see a lot of siloed care between the Web 2, the infra, and the on-chain items in terms of smart contracts, et cetera. Then what you really should be trying to do when you're approaching security is look for a collaborative medicine approach, right? Muli is up here, Jonathan's up here, we're up here, and a lot of us have a lot of expertise across all of these verticals, not just with your smart contracts, not just with your infrastructure. And I think a lot of folks that are taking these two things as separate topics should really make sure that they're devoting the calories and time, ideally as early as possible, to have some sort of security roadmap and able to do that and treat these things as a more of a collaborative medicine approach rather than a very distinct treat the symptoms on one side or the other.
Yeah, I would agree with the other panelists, especially Muli's point around us getting better at securing on chain, right? We're starting to understand what's needed, the talent starting to enter the space where we have more folks that know how to do the on-chain work. And I think a lot of folks don't realize that for a lot of these teams, a lot of crypto teams, they operate as a startup. So their operational security is just not nearly mature as what I think a lot of attackers are experiencing in terms of attacking Web 2 targets. So when you have a sophisticated adversary that's used to working against hardened operational security programs for larger organizations, then we look at new organizations where these are people going to an Apple store and picking up a MacBook and then just making that their operational build. They're just not prepared to deal with the adversaries that are out there and the motivations behind them. And in the traditional sense on Web 2, like if you pop someone's laptop and there's like an attack that's successful, that usually leads to some sort of longer tail thing in Web 2, and it's harder to monetize. But in Web 3, we find this resulting in like control of a multi-sig. We had the safe exploit earlier this year. So 100%.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much for those comprehensive answers. The second topic for today has, a relationship with the title of the panel, which is real-time defense. So that basically takes me to this question for everyone in the room who's a developer. Imagine, you've launched, you're in production, and a live exploit happens. What do you do? How do you react on Solana? What's your incident response plan? What does anyone have in the room? Does anyone have like a clear incident response plan, or should we ask these guys? Let's do it. Let's start with Michael this time.
All right. Yeah, I think the advice we typically give people, it's almost like, if I were to jump out from behind a column and say like, something's happened on chain, like what's your first move? If you don't know it instinctively, that's already a good signal that the plan isn't strong enough, even if you have one. I think the other item is knowing exactly what that plan is, listing it out and gaming it out, right? Just like a large Fortune 500 company will do disaster recovery. We should be running these types of things throughout on a regular cadence, whether it be quarterly, what have you. The other thing is to make sure that you have the required personnel within your walls. And frankly, I would actually encourage you all in the systems we're working in, which are many are open source or mostly open source, is to reach outside your walls for those things. There are programs we run like Safe Harbor. There's incident response groups with security experts that you can engage, right? So we obviously are living in the Web3 world that is mainly decentralized, and you can decentralize some of your incident response as well. So I'm sure some of the other advice I could give these folks will chime in with some great ones.
Jonathan, you want to go next?
Yeah, I mean, we work on a number of these incident response cases where folks are losing hundreds of millions of dollars in a single clip. And I think Mike hit the nail on the head with one key thing that a lot of folks miss with incident response is that you start out with a plan. It starts out at the planning phase and being prepared in advance not having to respond when you had an attack. And one of the most valuable things that we can do, at least as we're building comprehensive security programs, is building with a defense in depth type attitude. So when you have your incident response that happens, you're not completely wiped out in a single go. So things like rate limiting, other controls that are inside your protocol can really start to stem some of the damage, or at least slow it down so that you have time to react.
Chofan, you want?
Yeah, I definitely agree with Jonathan. So basically, you need to have a plan that is already there, and you need to get prepared about upcoming attacks that are going to be targeting your project. So there are all kinds of companies out there that is doing security alerting, security defense. They will tell you that there are some signs of potential attacks on your program, and basically, you should subscribe to those kinds of alerts and get a heads up on potential vectors that could hack your smart contract or hack your project. And there are others that could do like front running, that could do real-time exploits reversion by doing fuzzy informal verification of the exploit and figuring out what it does. And all kinds of these services are available, and the project should subscribe to.
Willie?
Yes, I agree with everybody here. I think ownership in incident response is very, very important. And there are companies, I guess you and us and many, we provide incident response for our client, and it's very valuable. And what you want to do, even before you launch, you want to understand what we'll do when this happens, and who are the people who can help you. And this help can mean many things, including basically understanding the problem, understanding the impact. Maybe this is something which is not directly related to incident response, but after the attack happened, post-mortem is equally important. And sharing information is really, really tricky. We see that some of the bugs repeat themselves. So sharing the information, of course, the incident response, but doing a post-mortem and sharing information is very, very important. Even with the Baybit attack, we see that actually there were things similar before. So sharing information so people are aware.
Awesome. Thank you. The final topic for this panel is something that is being discussed very lively nowadays on crypto Twitter or X. And it's about audit competitions versus private audits. It's pretty polarizing, I would say. Audit competitions are fast, decentralized, and they pay for findings, right? They don't pay for the time of the people. On the other hand, private audits, they go deeper, they're more controlled, and the result is that you need to pay for the time of the auditors, even if they don't find anything. So what do you guys think about, are they complementing each other? Are they in competition? If you just look at crypto Twitter, they seem to be in competition, but if you think about it, they make sense to do one after the other. Jonathan, you want to start?
Sure. Well, first of all, private audits and contests definitely compete with each other in the marketplace. They definitely compete for time and mind share from projects looking to remove bugs from their project. I don't necessarily think that they have to necessarily be competitive either or. I don't think one replaces the other. I fundamentally believe that these are layers within the program, right? So for me personally, I like to, when we advise clients through guiding them through the process of building out layers, working their way towards mainnet, we generally try to prefer the private audits before the contest platforms. My general philosophy is we start kind of in the inner circle, and we sort of work our way out towards some of these outer layers, using things like Immunify for bug bounty programs. When we get to this sort of late stage, and we really need to widen the net of potential people that can contribute to finding bugs.
Got it. Michael, you want to?
Yeah, happy to. So here at Immunify, we're in a unique position to have all of the data by orders of magnitude greater than any other competitor. So I could tell you from a data perspective, these things are not at odds. They're the best return on investment, and obviously we can have discussions specific to projects or what you're in development on and how you might lay that out, and that's typically what we do with our customers. But generally the best return on investment you can get from a security perspective when we're talking about these two specific things is to do one high quality audit followed by an audit competition. And we do have specific anonymized data to back that up because we catch the things that are on mainnet through our bug bounty program. So by having by orders of 10 to 15x more data than other folks, I can objectively prove that to you essentially, that is the right formula in many cases. I won't say all cases, but many cases.
Oli?
I think it's a bit tricky. I don't want to be here. I mean, if you asked me a year ago, I think I would agree with everybody here. Things are changing a bit. There used to be, first of all, the case that audit was very expensive. And audit prices there are individual auditors now. There are a lot of good providers in this space. I think community is still very useful, but you have to take it with some grain of salt. We are seeing, because we are the underside, we are getting report from Immunify, from others, and we are getting also very good data, but sometimes, and again, I don't dispute what Mike is saying, but AI is making things tricky in the sense that AI allow people to submit things which are not real. And we are seeing it, I guess, Immunify and Cantina, all others are seeing it and looking in it. So I would recommend to people, first of all, get somebody that know your code. That's very useful. Whether it's a private company, get somebody. I don't want to tell you get one, get two, get three, get enough. If you are Uniswap, you can get 5, but I don't know if all the others. You get people that know your code, and then depending on what you're building, I think getting a community, especially if it's something very unique that you are building, is useful. And we get community to review our rules or to provide new rules is great. But I think a year ago, it was the case that we can see top auditing firm finishing an audit, and after that, people are finding easy bug. It's not the case anymore. That's my feeling, and feel free to contradict me.
No, I mean, certainly the audit space has gotten, I know we're not supposed to crosstalk, but I know the audit space has gotten, many more players, a lot more talent, and a lot of the community folks have actually gone into the auditing space itself, right? So I don't necessarily disagree with you. I also wouldn't say to stop at one audit. I'm saying that if you were to sequence something, one high quality audit with multiple auditors, perhaps, followed by a competition, and then there's additional things you can audit as well.
Jovan?
Yeah, definitely. So if you have the budget, then find as much auditing company as you can to do the audit. And basically for the auditing competition, there are a bunch of security researchers looking at your code. But those good security researchers, there are not a lot of them. Although those competition platforms brand saying that they have hundreds or thousands of auditors on their platform. But actually the good security researchers there are only like 10 or 20. And sometimes they got conflicts, sometimes they got all kinds of other things. And so basically if you can get a private audit, then it's definitely worth it. And after that, and you see that there are enough budget, then also do an auditing competition. And like for auditors, they can find some of the vulnerabilities, but they could not guarantee that they could find all the vulnerabilities. So it's definitely worth it to hire multiple auditing companies or do multiple rounds of competitions as well. Yeah.
There you have it, folks. So multiple audits, private audits, followed by competitions. I think everyone here agreed. So myth busted. I thought it was the other way around. Okay, final thing. In one sentence, this is going to be hard. One sentence. What's your real-time security advice? Let's start with Muli.
Shift left. Start early.
Nice. Jovan?
Stop vibe coding.
What did he say?
What was it? Stop vibe coding. Can't start early enough planning this out.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll take a slightly different approach. I definitely agree with all those folks about starting early, but I would say own your own security program. So take control over your own threat model and use that ownership of the threat model to engage some of the lovely security firms here on the panel, because I feel like once you understand your program well, you understand your threat model, you can play the best possible hand.
Awesome. That's a great closing. So with that, let's give a round of applause to our amazing panelists, and hope you enjoy the rest of the SVM Summit. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. We will take a 10-minute break. We can go get some refreshments, coffee, and we'll come back in 10 minutes. Thank you, guys. Hello, guys. Our AI panel is starting. Please can come in. Can you help me? Yes. If not, maybe 1 second. Yeah, I was like using this. Yeah. Yes, yes, I'm doing that. Okay, guys, we're going to have our next panel about AI. Your future teammates are AI. How AI will change work, play, and social life. Moderated by Ben from Fortune Magazine with founders from Altiverse, Rana Labs, Kite AI, and more. You can come up.
Oh, I'm. Yeah, it was like I'm Chia. Are we all set? Is everyone here? I don't know. Is there? Margie, are we missing anybody? Okay. Okay, let's get introduced. Hey everyone, my name is Ben. I'm a reporter at Fortune. Cover crypto mainly, but I do write about AI once in a while. Yeah, why don't we just kind of go down, start from the end, and why don't you just introduce yourself and talk through who you are.
Yeah, hello guys, I'm Kelson. I'm the founder of Amoverse. So we are basically decentralized artificial intelligence of things, which is like our AI of IoTs. And what we do is we build an edge set agent framework that can run agent in local devices. For example, your computer, your phone, your smartwatch, or even low-level embedded devices. And we connect it to the agent, to the AIs, and also connect it to the blockchain to make it a deep ping. That's what we do, yes.
Hi everyone, I'm Conan from Rana Labs. So Rana Labs building the TE-based private data marketplace, unlock high-value private data liquidity across data providers and model providers.
Hello, my name is Lawrence. I'm currently the head of ecosystem at Reborn, and we're building an end-to-end sort of protocol right now for the robotic space, going all the way from data collection to building your own simulation environment to also then building your own foundation models for robots.
Hi guys, I'm Chi. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Kite AI. So we're a purpose-built layer 1 for being the transaction layer of the future agentic internet. And what does that mean is, with the future of internet that's running by billions of agents, you do want them to be able to collaborate and transact autonomously with each other, and also like the digital services that they're accessing, like data, model, or like digital websites. In that case, how would you be able to enable them with verifiable identity, attribution, and also like a payment rail? That is what we are focusing on.
Cool. Well, hello, everybody. It's the first time I think we've all met in person after being in a Telegram group. I think like one way I want to kind of get started is you guys are all doing some sort of like crypto / decentralized AI type of thing. And I think, you know, from a reporter standpoint and from somebody who's looking at this, it seems like it's a lot of like combining one super hypey thing from 2021 with another hypey thing from 2022 and 2023. And, you know, there's been a lot of people that have been doing this. I'm curious, like, I mean, are you finding that your users, I guess you're all pretty new, but like, are you finding that your users are actually interested in this?
From me?
Yeah, I mean, anyone can go into it. Let's keep it, you know, wide open.
Yeah. I think for our project, it's pretty early stage, so we haven't have any actual users. But what we do is we just basically right now we are business oriented. For example, Qt, the biggest consumer DP on Solana, they are like building like a smart ring for health data, and we help them to make their ring more like agent native and more and we also develop a technique for them to like for their next generation rings to can transfer crypto by just tap ring with other devices. We think that's a pretty cool thing. Yeah.
Okay. So it seems like you have at least one project that you're working with.
Yeah.
What about everyone else? Well, I mean, taking on kind of the two hypes into one mega hype question.
Yeah, actually, I can speak on this a little bit, like how essentially it's actually the robotics customers right now that we're working with, actually, we're like really interested actually to see sort of like how we are sort of like using or leveraging essentially crypto or like leveraging essentially blockchain to help sort of provide a more diversified data set essentially for the different customers we have, where it's like, hey, we kind of like want, you know, different sort of like data sets or different sort of like inputs essentially from people that are like in different environments, different contexts, essentially like different sort of like heights and sort of like all around the world. And like the only way to really do that, like especially in robotics right now, it's like an incredibly centralized approach where it's like you have people in like in factories wearing like motion capture suits, basically doing sort of like, you know, specific sort of like tasks like kind of repetitively, but they're not like capturing sort of like the real world. Like you need a way to essentially get people sort of to be able to do stuff and contribute this like regardless of where they are, and like actually have them in like their own like home environments essentially doing it, but they need to be rewarded to do so. Like you're not going to be able to incentivize or get these people to do so for free essentially, and that's where it's like the data ownership side, the data provenance side that Crypto Hub provides kind of made it like essentially this really interesting sort of catalyst to basically help them sort of like get this data in the first place, but then also help essentially these users monetize this data essentially as well. So that's been like a pretty interesting sort of like, I guess, like viewpoint from some of our customers.
Do you want to go?
Yeah, sure. So yeah, we definitely see a lot of like the not only like the customers, but more like even from enterprise and institutions got interested right now on collaborating. So basically, it can come from like the supply and demand side. So I think, sorry, what's your name again?
Lawrence.
Yeah, Lawrence was talking about like the robotics data and data, you know, like a data provenance and governance for getting like more available robotics data for people to use in train, which definitely like has been what we've seen a lot on the demand on the supply side, how to find like the high quality data to use. But it goes back to what we are working on right now is basically as a transaction layer for agentic internet. What we really want to enable is like for agents in the future to when they are using or like accessing and transacting with each other agents who are like the supply, like the data, like the you know, like models, how would you be able to have like the trust in the process, and then how would, with a verified trust, how would you make payments? So that's why actually one of the use cases where now working with PayPal, which also one of our co-led investors for the last round, is actually the agentic payment side, and also like the agentic identity. So what does that mean is one thing, if we think about in the future, agent will be able to do a lot of like those real, you know, like a micro fragmented transactions with each other in real time. That's require like a new type of payment rail to be able to make those transaction and payment happen. That's without some of the without the downside of the existing payment rail, like the using like a Visa network or ACH will be very slow, will be, you know, like a very high fee for each transaction. So that's where like stablecoin become like a really good solutions for making those type of micro real-time payments between agents.
And we have another guest that has joined us on the panel. Do you want to introduce yourself?
So I'm Semi. I'm just filling here for Yash. I'm from Sandia. So yeah, I'm here.
What do you think crypto AI, is it just combining two things that are popular into one thing that's, I guess, even more popular?
So I don't like as a kind of a tech guy, don't look at crypto as like go with the buzzwords and things like that. What I see is like you give an AI an agent a wallet of its own. So in day-to-day life, like how we enable payments, like for me, going consumer, going where actual AI is used, is much more important than like just using it to popularize it. Giving your AI agent a wallet and like enabling it, like okay, yeah, a number of transactions. Of course, everything is like in financial is involved in everything in any way. So that is the like main thing I feel.
Gotcha. So it's more like, I guess, seeing how it can use payments or like use crypto to
And
kind of do
it's not
wacky
just
things.
payments. It's like different aspects of folks. Like for traders, it's like you give it a give them more hands, like more ways to experiment. You can give an AI $100 wallet and like
It's
three
also,
of them.
it's more risk for the traders too, and it's more risk for every when you give
Yeah,
giving
but
AI
more
agents
room for experiment, like more room for okay. So he can only transact so much. He can only trade so much on his own. He can set bots, but again, like he can do so much on his own. But with an agent, it expand its capabilities, expands its limits. He can have 2, 3, 4, 5 as soon as like agents to experiment with how payments work, how payments happen, and again help with daily life things.
Okay, maybe I buy it. I don't know. I'm getting a G and yeah.
Just to add one thing, that's why smart contract can be very useful because its programmability can really add like more programmable logics for government, like how the agent should behave and align the intent with humans.
Do you guys, I mean, part of this panel is about, how are AIs, AI agents, AI changing work, play, and social life? Like, do you want to jump in? Yeah.
Yeah, actually, because like you were mentioning about the like for example in the trading scenario that you're delegate your trading task to an agent, it's probably risky, especially a lot of existing solutions like we see some Solana trading bots. When you create bots, it give you a like a wallet address with a private key, meaning that there's a centralized party access to a private key, and you're gonna deposit your asset into a address that is controlled by others. And how we're gonna solve that, like, is like a trust problem. And we do see some past incident had happened, like DexX. And what we're trying to push forward is a more trustless off-chain solution together with on-chain transparency. The technology that we're using is trust execution environments, where either you can have like an agent autonomously create a smart contract, or you can have your wallets deployed in this enclave confidential environment, and you can have your credential like private key or login password exchange there, and all these actions are verifiable on chain. Yeah.
And I see Lawrence nodding. I don't know. Do you have anything to add? Or I mean, one question is also maybe just taking it a different way because it seems like a fun question. AI is changing your social life. Does that mean you guys have just gotten lonelier because you're just having AI socialize with each other, or no? Lawrence is like, yes.
I mean, probably not the case for at least like myself. I just think it just shows helps like in general just make things just more productive. So I guess like conversations maybe that, maybe to be done over like, video calls now essentially can just be done like over text, and like a lot of that sort of like back and forth can sort of somewhat be like automated away with like AI now in general. But yeah, that's kind of like my thoughts about that specifically.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so because we are trying to build like an AI companion application on top of all the tech we are providing. So we think right now, or maybe in the future, AI agents cannot like represent you like the fully, but it can social for you. It cannot social for you, but it can be used as a medium for people to connect with each other. For example, if I don't know you,
what's the name of your person? Do you have an AI friend?
No.
No. Okay.
Well, I said it can be used as a medium for people to connect. For example, if I don't know you, you don't know me, but we have AI agent on our own. You AI agent knows you, my agent knows me. It can socialize for us first, and then find some interesting topics, and then we can connect.
Could be a dating app, right? You just have your AIs just talk to each other a bunch.
Tinder agent.
Tinder agents.
Sounds like an episode of Black Mirror, but okay.
Well, that's that's what frontier tech is, right? Everyone's just doing things on the edges. So another question, kind of going off I think maybe let's stay with payments. The social thing just kind of seemed fun, but I think kind of what you were speaking about in terms of like the risk, or what we were kind of getting to that with the risk on this. And I think it kind of touches what everyone's doing, because, there's risk in, for example, with Lawrence, where, if people are putting their data on chain and something like, and that gets kind of misused by AI or gets leaked. I mean, there's risk in having AI attached with a wallet. Does anyone want to kind of talk about like how you guys are thinking through that, and thinking through, especially once the sums of money become much larger and the sums of data become larger?
I guess something which like yesterday Solana Mobile announced. No, I guess today. The TE pin. So a trustable execution environment. That's, I think, which is going towards like solving that. So again, like as the risk goes, having your own isolated like front on the AI, because on the side of crypto, everything is on chain, everything is out there. Of course, it's I mean, it's encrypted, but again, so having an isolated environment where your agent interacts, or where your agent keeps your data, which is the missing piece, like in giving the risk, like minimizing the risk with what the AI does. That is what I think would be the solution for that.
So like I don't know, just like a play environment, or like a protected environment.
It's more abstracted. So it's like your AI, like the most of the data it stores in a more of an isolated environment, and the interaction it does is only the data which is needed. It takes from that isolated environment in like different ways, like so I would think like just exposing all of your data is not the thing, like the way to go. It's more of like having an isolated environment first and then proceeding there.
And we don't want to weigh on this risk with AI and payments. You want to go for it?
Yeah. So by the way, that's why to us, we consider having for each of the agent to have their own identity is such an important thing, because when you are using the agent, or when the agent is doing their work, it's will serve a good by start accumulating like their transaction behavior history around this agent. If you have like a identity, just like human has an identity, SSN, then you start accumulating a credit score and all those like behaviors around it. In some way, that will not do the thing that you mentioned, like, preventing the agent to be able to access the data, unless again you do some like smart contracts to govern the thing. But once you start having like data, I come from data background, we do things in a very data driven way. Then once you have the data, there's tons of things you can do. For example, if the agents start having like those most of the good behavior, then you can use those historical data, just like how you use Experian for like the house loan and all the stuff. Then you can use those data to prove that, hey, I'm an agent that's doing good stuff. So please allow me to, for example, like access your website, access your tool, and even like do autonomous account creation and all the stuff. But anyways, yeah, that is one way we think can help mitigate the risk by start tracking those behaviors around agents.
Gotcha. So just like through more data, you can get more info about whether these guys are doing the right thing or the wrong thing.
Exactly.
I guess it's like humans in a certain way. Cool. I mean, like, I think what do you think is going to be the breakout application with crypto and AI? Like, what do you think is going to be the thing that people are going to be like, oh, this is the intersection that worked?
Maybe a mobile MCP client.
a mobile client?
Yeah, a mobile MCP client would be like most close to having if you've been involved with the drama going around MCP servers, OpenAI also launched their own MCP today. So like having them in your phones, I think would be a big breakout because again, they target specific use cases, and being able to do that natively is what my catch is.
You want to jump in? Yeah.
Yeah, I think there's two angles to look at this problem. One is like crypto for AI, and another is AI for crypto. So if it's like AI for crypto, it's about enhancing the user experience of current crypto applications.
And I feel like that has kind of already been talked about, where people make these like skins of ChatGPT to kind of like help you code in Solidity, or help you code in Rust or stuff like that. But I think the more maybe far-fetched idea would be crypto for AI, and I don't know if you have any.
You mean crypto for AI?
Yeah, crypto for AI. Like I mean, like kind of decentralized computing is one,
Yeah, definitely. Like crypto for AI is like crypto is decentralized, AI is centralized. So there's definitely like a cross point for those two to meet, like decentralized computing, decentralized inference, or as like trusted execution environment, and etc. And there's a lot of things going on here.
Gotcha. I mean, anyone else kind of want to weigh in? Do you want to weigh in on the breakout application that you think is going to happen?
I think one, like obviously the universal abstraction, like treating AI as a universal abstraction layer for crypto is one perspective. One other perspective we see was on the compliance side. So be a censorship resistant using blockchain. For example, following the European GDPR standard, a lot of application building, for example, social applications, you're gonna using users' private data, their private chat history. And if you are using this, like the application developer are using this in like from a user own data perspective and transact this data on blockchain as metadata through the decentralized sequencer. So it's going to be censorship resistant. And so it solves a lot of like compliance issues, and it can actually spark like a lot of potential AI native applications that sparking from the proprietary data. So I guess this like is originate from the nature of the blockchain.
Gotcha. It seems like we are out of time, but we've had a cursory discussion. We haven't really gotten in depth with it, but that maybe for next time. But anyway, thanks for joining us up here, and thanks everyone for listening.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
So up next is our PayFi panel, the next evolution of PayFi, embedded finance, on-chain credit, and global accessibility. Our panelists include speakers from Huma, Sprout, Para, Vishwa, and MetaMask. And the panel is moderated by Zach from The Block. Welcome, guys.
Is anyone missing? Oh, good. They have a timer.
Yeah, this is the best news.
Can everybody hear us all right? Sounds good. Hello, thanks for coming. I'm Zach. I'm a journalist at The Block. Why don't we just go down the line and have everybody introduce themselves and say a little bit about their project and how it relates to our theme of the next evolution of PayFi.
Hello, my name is Arbi Karaman. I'm co-founder of Huma Finance, the first PayFi network.
Hello, everyone. My name is Meina. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Sprout. We are building the risk-adjusted yield engine for retail users.
Hi, guys. I'm Aditi. I'm the head of business and operations at Para. We are building the most comprehensive wallet and authentication suite on chains like Solana, EVM, and Cosmos.
Hello, guys. Excuse me. Hello, guys. This is Nate, co-founder and CEO of Vishwa. We're building the trustless Swift of Bitcoin, bridging the liquidity and the asset of native Bitcoin to the other ecosystem to find better utilities.
Hi, everyone. I'm Rizvi. I'm the product lead at MetaMask for new networks. And we launched Solana 2 days ago on the MetaMask extension, which we're super excited about. And yeah, more to come.
Cool. So let's start with Huma. What was your vision of PayFi and what it could grow into when you first started out? And how do you think that has changed over time as you've navigated the evolving crypto landscape?
So Huma started about 2 years ago. And when we decided to build the first PayFi network, we were not necessarily just coming up with random ideas. Our previous company, which was a leading fintech called Earnin in the US, was one of the first experiments in consumer payment financing. And we were providing digital cash advances using advanced AI, and we were able to create something that scaled to tens of billions of dollars of business. And we learned that to be able to build similar businesses, you need infrastructure that doesn't necessarily exist in TradeFi. And a lot of things, was so hard for us to build, even though we had an incredible, technical team. And that's when we decided to, just start experimenting with, okay, can we actually build this in modern infrastructure? Can we build this on, blockchains, stable coins, so that actually we can build a global system that more and more payment finance applications can be built on top. We tried to build a card application back at Earnin as well. That was super hard because of the limitations of the card networks and the APIs and the processors. So, we decided that somebody has to build, all these abstraction layers and bring the orchestration to be able to benefit new applications to be built on the blockchain. Otherwise, just using stablecoin doesn't necessarily cut it. And yeah, it was a journey of about 1 year of hardcore research, a lot of building and rebuilding. And Huma 2.0, which was launched about a month ago, was the biggest breakthrough because we decided to create this tailored product that has a pretty large front end on the DeFi side. The first early product that was an institutional product only, and it was a closed loop system because of the way the traditional, payment partners want to utilize the services. We made breakthroughs in compliance. We made breakthroughs in the DeFi elements of it, and now we have a end-to-end system where you have PST, the PayFi Strategy token, that brings liquidity into the whole network. And that liquidity in stable coins is used by traditional payment institutions, by card issuers, and by card networks to settle payments instantly. And the yield generated from all of that is pushed back on chain, and just creates this flywheel of DeFi yield coming in, DeFi liquidity coming in, and creating more and more use cases and more settlements around the world. And what we have seen since launching Huma 2.0 was a 9x growth. And this is, just like literally April 10th, about slightly more than a month ago. And I'm so happy to see, how everything is converging finally. But obviously, when we started, like none of this was in our, provision. It's just as we built, we start seeing, new things and new opportunities. And yeah, excited to be here today.
Cool. I guess a natural next point is to go to Nathan because Vishwa is a partner of Huma. So could you talk a bit about the challenges in bringing Bitcoin liquidity on chain specifically that you've had to overcome?
So basically, there's a very striking paradox comparing to the fund utilization of traditional finance, which you can see 4 to 10% of the assets staying idle. But in crypto, it's like 65%, out of which 95% of them are Bitcoin. And why? Because Bitcoin is something really hard to build on top of. And that is why a lot of, if you talk to miner, if you talk to institutions, if you talk to the Bitcoin holders, even on the retail side, they don't want to deposit. If you deposit, the Bitcoin is not within your wallet and they can just simply rug you, right? Because I came from a security background. I've been dealing with a lot of those scenarios. Right. So this is one huge trust problem. So that is why we are building the very first trustless Swift to not just bridge the asset, right? We relay and verify your self-custodial Bitcoin to the other ecosystem, to Solana, to Solayer, to EVM, to Sweet, for instance, right? And that is why because I have a close relationship with Richard, and I'm kind of like his security advisor. So that's why we build the trust through there, right? Because we don't introduce any additional security assumption. Your asset is and your own UTXO is self-custody, is protected by the consensus of Bitcoin or the consensus of Solana, right? So like if anyone is familiar with, like the cybersecurity kind of concept, the great analogy is the wooden barrel, the theory of the wooden barrel. The security of the system really based on the shortest part of the barrel, which means that I don't want to criticize any other project, but if you introduce any additional security assumption, if your protocol is not as secure as Bitcoin layer 1 or not as secure as Ethereum layer 1, not as secure as Solana, you are the shortest barrel, which you don't want to be, right? So that's why we trust zero knowledge proof. We build economy incentive to make sure that the dishonest user will be penalized. So that is why we're here.
When it comes to building trust with users, I think, Mena, you could speak to Sprout. What kinds of questions do users have when considering adopting the product, and what types of things do you think are useful for users to hear?
I think it depends on the type of user. So for Sprout, we are both B2B and B2C in a sense. We are building this risk-adjusted Intel engine for retail users to understand the relationship between risk and the rewards for DeFi. That's the core ethos of this, and that comes to perspective, right? First is you need to understand what each of those users, their risk preference are. And second is you understand, the risk assessment for each of those DeFi protocols, no matter the bridging risk, the mechanism design for that for example, for that specific stable coin, and also maybe how is there any risk in terms of B2B or team, right? Those are all the risks that you need to consider in your risk assessment framework. So to be able to better cater that, our goal is always talk to as many users as possible. And going back to your question, what do users really care about? I think for let's say a Web2 user or a Web3 non-DGen user, they 100% care most about their fund security, right? Maybe they don't want that 15%, 25%, or 40% DGen yield in that sense, but they just want to make sure, okay, while I'm enjoying maybe this 10 to 15% of yield, I can use it. I can sleep while it compounds. So security and usage is the most important, or the key words that I've done after 100 plus user interviews. That's what they really talk about. Another thing from a Web2 user perspective is on-off ramping. We are in the US, so when we do KYC, we can do Coinbase, MoonPay, right? And then maybe some of the apps, it even allow you to use Apple Pay, but it's a different story in emerging market, let's say Southeast Asia, Malaysia, right? You need to integrate with local off-ramping partners so that you can get to really, really low tier of the fee. MoonPay is charging 2.5% to 3%. But if you're working with a local off-ramping partner, it could be just 15 bips or 25 bips. So it's really, okay, use security and then fee. That's it. But I know this is a really, really prolonged answer, but I think the core thing is you always need to talk to your users all the time and incorporate that back to your product in a really fast manner.
So Aditi, what else do you hear from users when it comes to, we've talked about security, off-ramping fees. Are there any other elements you would add to that mixture?
Yeah. Just for context, we're building a suite of dev tools. So we come across a lot of teams building a lot of things, namely kind of stablecoin, on-chain finance type use cases, especially in emerging markets. I like to call them frontier markets. And some of the use cases that come up a lot, especially with kind of stablecoin type apps, is definitely security. We even see things like speed, just being kind of mindful of someone's connectivity in the region they're in, being able to sign transactions quickly on Solana if they maybe don't have really good Wi-Fi. So we've thought a lot about, how do we kind of front load signing transactions to the server, rather client side. We've also thought a lot about passkey support is another thing as well with accessibility. We're quite used to using kind of Touch ID and Face ID for, a variety of things, including like Apple Pay or, on our iPhone devices. The fact is a lot of Android devices actually don't support passkeys, especially if they're certain variants of Android devices don't. And so that's another thing to factor into accessibility when thinking about kind of payments use cases. You want kind of the broad scope of users in frontier markets to be able to actually access the product. I think something else that comes up is also a lot of reputation is actually off-chain. So especially when thinking about being able to get a loan as a business owner in Kenya, you're likely to get that loan based on your reputation in your community. And so how do you bring those mechanics on chain? I think that's a really difficult problem to solve. And so there's a variety of ways that we've thought about it, but all kind of bundle up into this idea of accessibility and keeping your funds secure and usable in these markets.
Yeah, absolutely. And when it comes to MetaMask launching on Solana, which it did a couple days ago, obviously MetaMask is most known for the Ethereum EVM ecosystem. What was it like kind of approaching a more mature ecosystem? What were the different challenges that were involved in bridging MetaMask to Solana?
Yeah, you already said it. So MetaMask in 2016-17 was like the EVM wallet. Everyone used it, but you can also see it in the code. Like literally every line of code was on EVM terminologies, EVM code, like everything EVM centric. So I think for us, like many people wonder, like, why did we join late, in a way? The challenge was really like, how can we make the entire wallet now multi-chain, like really a total overhaul, right? So this was the architectural challenge that we took on, like, roughly half year ago. And it was a total overhaul of our code base. And that was the real challenge, right? It was not about Solana specifically, but how to make MetaMask multi-chain ready. So we needed to think ahead, like what comes after Solana. So we are launching Bitcoin, for example, in like, in around 3-4 months. So we need to think ahead, like how can we make it such that it's modular and we can plug in Solana now, but then, Bitcoin, Tron, Sui, whatever is then interesting for us essentially. So I think that was really the challenge, like architecturally. And our knowledge and consensus is also pretty much skill based on like EVM, blockchain, and L2s. So skill was also an aspect, right? So we need to skill up our engineers to really think through like how does Solana work. It's like a next gen blockchain, right? They have different signing mechanisms. They're different ways how you interact with the blockchain. So it was really getting up to speed there, which was another challenge. But no worries. So it's really about now we have a lot of EVM users, right? Like we have 30 to 40 million monthly active users. And how do we enable them to seamlessly go into Solana and back and forth easily, but then also attract new existing users that we don't have, like how can we, get them into our ecosystem and make it seamless. So yeah, maybe that's a bit of a answer here. Yeah.
Yeah, totally. You're right.
No, I would just like a little bit of allergy. That's pollen season in your.
But not allergic to that answer. When it comes to, and anybody can jump in here, when it comes to building PayFi on Solana, which values of Solana, the foundation, the developer ecosystem, do you think really align with the goals of your project, and which do you want to see more development, more brain power go into?
Maybe I can get started because we just did that exercise very recently. So, we started on the EVM ecosystem as well 2 years ago. And we grew quite a bit, but we realized that the EVM ecosystem was becoming more and more fragmented. And that was a challenge because, you have fragmentation on the stablecoin liquidity, you have fragmentation on partnerships, integrations. Even the same code that you write, doesn't necessarily work exactly the same way there are some challenges with certain tooling not being available on every single EVM ecosystem, and then you need to kind of like create some in-house solutions to replace them, but then it's hard to replicate one-to-one. And if the infrastructure you're trusting in is not necessarily there across the ecosystem, it becomes like really hard to actually bring a solution fully to the EVM ecosystem. And Solana obviously is very different in the sense that it's very consolidated, right? So you have one chain, you have one of the fastest growing stablecoin liquidity on this chain. You have a very active base of traders and users and LPs on the ecosystem as well. But also the tooling is, even though you could say not as mature, the tooling basically can be used anywhere in the Solana ecosystem, and just integrating with a few simple solutions like the Orca vaults, Meteora vaults, Pyth oracles, your solution becomes immediately composable to the whole Solana DeFi ecosystem, right? So when we built HIMA 2.0, with those a few touch points, we were able to integrate it to Jupiter, Meteora, RateX, Camino. It's just it's incredible that suddenly, yes, you're taking a lot of effort to rebuild everything for an chain that is taught very differently, but at the same time it enables this composability at a rate and speed that wasn't possible on the EVM ecosystem. What could it do differently? To be honest, so far our experience has been quite positive and rewarding, and I believe the ecosystem also evolving with a mindset that they want to make sure the chain is increasing bandwidth, reducing latency, and it is becoming more and more suitable for use cases that requires maybe 50 milliseconds of settlement time, right? So if you want to build the modern, card layer on chain, you need 50 milliseconds settlement time. And I think we're getting closer to that.
I think from our perspective, Sprout day one, day zero is a cross-chain app. We never bet very, very heavily on any specific chain. And that's also like what I told all the other ecosystems, because I do maintain a pretty good relationship with them because we need to know where the yields are. But I think our promise to the user is that we go where the users are, where the best risk-adjusted returns for the users are. So you cannot just, because of this chain, give me more support, I'm going to favor that, right? It's more based on the data, the market data, the yield data, or the risk assessment that you have done, and then you make the decision for the users. In terms of the Solana ecosystem, I think the core difference I have experienced so far from a builder's perspective is they are very small. Like compared to all the other EVM ecosystems, like if you want to know all the DeFi players across different chains, you probably have to go to 10 different events, right, to meet them. But for Solana, they're just like, we are all the same. So they have this smaller cabal. But I think this landscape, at least from my understanding, is changing very, very rapidly, because within the next like 3 to 6 to 9 months, there are so many big blue chip DeFi players that are going to enter Solana. And I think this is a positive thing because we don't want to see so many cabal thing ongoing, or we don't want to see just 1 or 2 big players winning. That's not good for the retail users. That's also not good for the builders, right? Who are actually paying a lot of attention to user experience, to how do we actually make innovative products so that we add incremental value to the space, onboarding new users to the space. And that's what we are really focusing on. So going back to the topic, do I enjoy building with developers from EVM and Solana? Yes, but I think I learned different mentalities, and I will use like our own voting as well as our own mechanism to break into those frontiers and builders groups.
From a builder's perspective or a developer's perspective, there are obviously benefits to having a smaller, more centralized community. But when it comes to something like convincing Bitcoin maxis to come over to Solana, does that present any challenges when it comes to the narrative of how safe exactly and decentralized exactly is Solana?
I mean, I was about to say that if you don't let me speak, I will keep coughing. But because basically, you're asking a very good question, right? Why do Bitcoin maxis come into Solana? So, I mean, that actually corresponds to the last question, like how we are collaborating with Solana. Because basically, the Solana is using account-based model, right? So that is a very good for the retail based or, like the person or institution based solution, which means that if they do self-custody with their own account, they can have a joint account together with like Bitcoin and Solana, right? So it's under the same hood. I mean, it's a very user-friendly plug and play and like modular, like very modular design pattern if you're a CS major, right? So it's a very good way of actually building a product and making technical sense, right? So for those people who actually enjoy, because basically our interface is that they just sign up once, right? Using like, because their signature will compose to their Bitcoin address, to their Solana address, to their Solana address, for instance, right? So that will be part of the product building process that the Solana account-based model in Solana actually facilitates like the Bitcoin users or like the Bitcoin holders. And one of our user scenario is the Bitcoin-backed credit line, the Bitcoin-backed global credit lines, right? Because I assume that most of you guys are born in the States, and it's a pain in the ass for people who have low credit score to get credit cards, to get like the favorable mortgage loan, like mortgage rate, and so on and so forth. And if you want to go, like if you're a foreigner, like international student, come to the U.S., you have like no credit line, you have like no way to get the credit card, right? And given like the deflation of the U.S. dollar, that people tend to hold Bitcoins. I mean, thanks a lot for the last 10 years. They educate the market so well. The US dollar devalued for, like more than half, because the very first time I came to the US, I mean, one single espresso costs, like $0.8, like 80 cents. Right now it costs like $3, right? So you know how much it's deflated. And then people tend to use their Bitcoin. So we are enabling them to use their Bitcoin, establish their credit line, and just swipe everything, right? So that is account based, and Solana is account based, and Solana is a great infrastructure that with a high, because if we rely on layer 2s, for instance, like EVM layer 2s, it will be a great security assumption on them not rolling back. If it's a ZK EVM, it might work better. But most of the ZK EVM right now, I mean, they haven't achieved the goal that they've stated. So we have to rely on Ethereum layer 1. But Solana, greater throughput than Ethereum layer 1, greater account building model. So I would say Solana as a pure infrastructure, great for retail use cases.
All right. We're running a bit behind, so we don't have a ton of time, but let's start with Rizvi and come back to me. I'm just curious, when it comes to PayFi, do you think that crypto as a whole has lost the plot when it comes to allowing people to actually use crypto in their everyday lives to pay for goods? Is that something we should be prioritizing? What are the obstacles that can get us there? Or is that not the right goal to be striving towards?
So yeah, before I joined Consensus, I was actually product manager for Bitcoin Swiss Pay. So it was a pay product in Switzerland. I don't know if you know, guys. So this product was actually heavily used by many in Switzerland. So you could pay, taxes with that product that we have developed. You can go in store and, spend your USDC, your USDT, Bitcoin in store and pay for goods. And now maybe some of you have seen we launched the MetaMask card. And with that, we actually want to enable everyone to spend their crypto, USDC, any token that you hold, essentially. And today we have, partnered with with Mastercard and a banking partner to actually enable that. And today we reached over 1.4 billion people effectively, that they can use. So we have issuers in many countries, US and LATAM. All of the European countries, basically. But where we are lagging behind is finding issuers in those countries where you have a lot of underbanked or unbanked people. Many of the African countries, Philippines, a lot of crypto users, but we need to get an issuer there. And this is the challenge. So that's what we are, trying to get there. And if you have any contacts here, issuers that we can work with, happy to talk. So yeah, that's, I think, the challenge, the issuer side. So crypto, everyone can access, but once you want to connect it to the real world, actually allow people to spend it in store, you need to actually work with the regular, you need to have the issuers, the regulation plays a role. So that's, I think, the challenging part at the moment. But I think we are getting there. And also another anecdotal evidence is Tron, right? Like, you ask like two actually anecdotal evidence is Tron and Lightning in El Salvador. So I have a colleague in El Salvador, and he says, you think maybe it's not being used really, but it is, right? So they're using Lightning Network to pay for goods in El Salvador. And the Tron network itself, it's huge, right? It's like just after Solana, it's the next biggest chain in terms of TVL and activity. But if you actually look on chain, like what does the 90% of the transaction make up? It's actually peer-to-peer payments. So they're really using it for payments and not just, gambling and meme tokens. So I think there is a lot of opportunity there. Yeah.
I mean, we should talk because one of our partners is the largest shareholder, one of the largest shareholder of Panda Express.
Let's talk.
Yeah. So there's definitely synergies that you can reach out to those people.
Awesome.
Edie, do you have anything to add on this?
Yeah, I think we are actually making great strides. I don't think we've lost the plot at all. I think with the onset of stablecoins and, the Visa network kind of really taking off, there's a bunch of partners that are kind of joining that. The Genius Act finally has some sort of kind of clarity around like what stablecoins are in the US, how they need to be regulated. I think we're also going quite far with UX. We've clearly figured out a way to get rid of seed phrases with things like MPC. As well as, there's a lot of work going on with like Solana smart accounts as well. Swig was just announced a couple days ago, squads as well. And so I think we're getting there, but I think there's a larger kind of more infrastructure oriented problem around getting merchants onboarded, getting them the right kind of systems in place to plug into their POS setups. And so I think it's coming together, but yeah, still work to be done.
Anything to add as we wrap up here?
Let's keep building. Because if we stop building, Robinhood can take all the Web3 shares soon. Guys, come on, we are the Web3 cabal. Let's go.
Yeah. Maybe just a quick add. I actually do believe very strongly, I made this prediction, in about less than 10 years, we'll have more than half of the transactions in the world happening on chain and happening on stablecoins. And the analogy is actually very, very simple. Today, you have about $3 to $4 quadrillion of transactions, all passing through New York from the Federal Reserve Bank of New York. The Fed wires, Swifts in USD, the CLS, the FX transactions, DTCC, almost every single big equity, bond transactions are all passing through New York. Nobody knows that their payments are utilizing this infrastructure that are basically built by the Federal Reserve Bank of New York, and that's only happening because that's the requirement of utilizing USD in transactions, and the dominance of USD is leading every single transaction to route through New York to settle. This is just stupid. And there's no reason in a world where we have developed, chains and stable coins liquidity and FX liquidity in local jurisdictions for any settlement to happen, this way. And it doesn't have to happen, no offense, with a MetaMask, people trying to pay at a point of sale. Anybody just using a regular card can go to point of sale. As long as Visa is settling, Mastercard is settling on chain with stable coins, people will be using without knowing that they're using this technology. And the most advanced technologies and innovations, as we know, feels like magic, right? Like people don't need to know that they are trying really hard to use this technology. In less than 10 years, I think more than half of the world is going to be settling on chain.
All right, I think that's a good prediction to end it. Thank you all for your time, and we'll hand it over to the next panel.
I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. And next, we'll have our GTM panel. We'll have Jessica from Film.Fun, Mercurial, Or Protocol, and Rarible. Welcome.
Or have I seen? Oh, you're marking. Yeah, wait.
Yeah. No, you're good. You're good. Okay, no problem. So we got me. We got my friend. Oh, Carol. Another.
Thank you.
Yes.
So cute.
John, Arthur, nice to meet you. Yeah, pleasure. It's John. Arthur.
Daniel, nice to meet you.
I was betting your on the party.
Yes,
What's the basis for the croissant?
shift.
No, you do.
Oh, yeah, shift.
Yeah. That's on such. I'm distracted.
I know. Oh my gosh, that's so cute. We have another panelist. What's his or her name?
Her name is Carol.
Carol. Okay, welcome, Carol. Let's do a guest introduction. I'm very happy to have you all here. I'm Margie. I'm from Solaire Marketing. And Jessica, let's start with you.
Okay, for sure. Hey everyone, my name is Jessica Solomon. So I've been in the Web3 space for a while. Actually, my first really paying job was as the first community manager at MakerDAO, in which I started at the launch of Single Collateral DAI. At that point, I realized that there was quite a bit of community to be had, not just online, but also at the in-person events like our beautiful Margie is hosting. So I moved from not just answering everyone in the kitchen sinks questions on our version of Discord to then actually being the head of events and attending multiple different hackathons and sponsoring those events within crypto. Given that it was an events-driven industry, I felt that we really achieved quite a bit of traction for decentralized finance at that point. And then I moved to consult with Aave directly within Understani, and then leading growth for 1inch, the DEX aggregator, which I trade on from time to time. And honestly, it's got pretty good prices, but it kind of depends on what jurisdiction you're in. However, the advent of NFTs in a way in which all these artists and creators came in truly, I felt created a new window, a new vertical for Web3 and for the people using Web3. And so now I'm actually working on something called, or my first product, the entity isn't totally named, is Film.fun. Film.fun is a combination of the sort of fun of creating meme coins or ICO token issuance, which I'd say Donald Trump has normalized and sort of legalized, with AI text to video models. So my co-founder is actually an award-winning director. He's the youngest person to win a Sundance Prize. And what we're doing is we are allowing people to essentially decentralize what it means to be an investor in a piece of content and be influential in that piece of content. So we issue tokens upon creating an AI text to video 30-second pilot. And once they reach 69K in terms of tokens bought, at that point, people can go into a prediction market or decision market, and they can decide the outcome of the next episode by staking those tokens. And this goes on. And it's a free market, so we see how it goes.
Great. Thank you, Jessica. Arthur?
Yeah, hi guys. I don't have such a hefty introduction as
No, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, but I represent Mercurio. We are a DeFi payment network. We work with 1inch as well, with MakerDAO, with many DeFi protocols and wallets, basically enabling them with the payments use cases and products like on and off ramps, crypto cards. And my background is private banking too, so been enjoying this space for the last 6 years, and I believe like staying here for longer.
Great. Daniel?
Yeah. Hey guys, my name is Daniel Tan. So right now I'm head of the ecosystem at Aura Protocol. But when I first entered in this space, I was in a crypto consulting firm. We have the top Western projects like BAT and Agrant enter into the Asia market and vice versa, and helping them to implement the go-to-market and growth strategies. Yeah, so I've been in the space for quite a while as well, like since 2018. Yeah.
Jonathan?
Cool. Hey, everyone. I'm Jonathan. I'm the head of ecosystem and art at Rarible. I've been in the space for about the last 5 years. Before I led partnerships at the soccer club here in this wonderful city, New York City FC. What brought me to crypto and NFT specifically was the community, the culture, and I think I saw a lot of that through NBA Top Shot. I thought it was incredible how culture and community can come together across the globe online. And I also thought with the blockchain, royalties, people being able to monetize through their creations online was a really great thing, no matter where you were on the planet. So before Rarible, I was head of BD on the founding team with Pinata. If you guys are familiar with Pinata IPFS, it was great to be a part of that team, really helping these different marketplaces creators grow from early on 2020, 2021. And I was with a small art focused platform called Wild XYZ before Rarible. So I've been with Rarible almost 2 years now. A lot of people think of us as just the NFT marketplace. We're much more than that now. We have a white label marketplace solution that we partner up with a lot of professional Web2 brands, Web3 companies, different chains. We partner up with them to help build out their NFT ecosystems from the start, from scratch, or help amplify what they've already built. We continue to work very closely with creators and artists as well, and I'm leading all of the drops and partner activations there. I'm so excited to chat with you all.
Great, thank you so much. And since we are running on a short time, we can just keep our answers like straight and on point. So I will just hit it with some brutal honesty. Like, what's the most unexpected GTM lesson that you have learned the hard way in crypto? Jessica, do you want to go first?
Yeah, for sure. I'd say that it's not necessarily brutal. It's also kind of beautiful. But one of the cool things about community in crypto is that the fact that people's bags, their money is on the line, that also influences their personality and who it is that they're friends with and who they like and how they interact, both in real life and online. And I think that's a sense of power that crypto has that we need to really take seriously and make sure that our communities are as fun and hybrid, brutal, honest as they possibly can be, while also being prolific, great communities that create a good name for us.
Arthur?
Yeah, I think the hardest lesson we learned is just to build a community from day zero as well. Like if you're building kind of infrastructure layer or protocol, you're kind of more thinking about partnerships and sales and all of this stuff that you're gonna probably partner up with as much possible companies. But probably the main lesson that we learned is just to, if you're building, for example, infrastructure layer or B2B company, you should probably start with developers straight away from the day zero and grow this as a separate arm. Attend different hackathons, sponsor these hackathons, grow the developers network around your company, at the same time doing partnerships with the biggest platforms as well. So I think, yeah, this is something that we trying hard right now for the last 2 years, but we couldn't start it earlier, like 6 years ago, and probably it will be more advanced now.
Yeah, from my point of view, I think the biggest lessons I've learned in the past couple of years is that like the hype around the protocol could be a false signal. So like when a project is like launching their tokens, you usually generate a lot of hype around it. And when the token price is going down or like whatsoever, if there's no, if your users is not with you anymore, you never had a product market fit. So I think eventually, like at the end of the day, we are still building projects. Like we need to figure out like the product market fit as early as possible and develop like a good like go-to-market funnels or like any type of funnels as early as possible to kind of retain that hype, even though you don't have a proper product to activate or convert the users right away, but at least you need to like return them and later on to activate them.
Yeah, I'll jump in. It's interesting because We have many NFT launches that are happening on Primary across different chains, different marketplaces we run, Rarible.com in itself. And you can only prepare so much for what that launch is actually going to be. You don't know at the end of the day how many will be minted until the mint day actually happens. So it's hard to actually properly calculate what those numbers could be because the market is different. These chains are different. The projects, the platforms that we're working with are all very different. So it's almost like you're driving blind for a little bit, and it's that's the brutal honest truth. But you put what you can, you prepare as much as you can beforehand, and especially from our point of view, we're the supportive arm, the technical partner for a lot of the projects or platforms or businesses that we're working with. So we try to work to amplify that as much as possible.
So I think now is the trend now is that a lot of traditional finance is putting their money in Web3 projects, and more Web3 projects want serious money. How do you think what do you think is the major difference that we market to traditional finance people and Web3 people, crypto native people?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. I think when it comes to traditional finance people, money is agnostic. So whereas in crypto, one of the things I noticed, I mean, we're at a Solana conference. I'm not tribal, but there's a lot of crypto people that are a bit tribal. They're like, I'm into Ethereum, I'm into Bitcoin, I'm into Solana, fuck everybody else. Traditional finance isn't like that. Like they just want to see that their money is moving up. And I'd say like helping sort of dissect some of that tribalism into a more realistic sense of what this means in terms of financial opportunity for a person that maybe doesn't want to figure out how to use MetaMask is something that's valuable.
Other?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think for us, we've seen traditional people come into the platform. We've seen also companies come in to partner up with us from the traditional background, like for example, stablecoin issuers, Circle, Paxos, all of these guys. So I think for them, is like as Jessica said, is money is agnostic, and they're trying to build the infrastructure for all types of consumer applications, all types of institutional players as well. So probably the best way to approach that is just to partner with all of them at the same time and just to continue to build the product. And yeah, there's probably a big gap between crypto native users and institutional players. I would say this is people coming from traditional background, and to fulfill this gap, you probably have to attend both sides, both types of conferences like Solana ones, for example, or stablecoin summits in any part of the world as well.
Yeah. So I think right now, like since there's a launch of the belief, I think it offers like a new type of exit channels for the like a Web2 or traditional companies. So I think more and more like traditional institutions gonna come, and since I'm from a traditional like a finance background, I think and I'm also in the AI crypto AI space. So we have a product to offer to like a we can abstract the like a Web3 friction away and focus only on the product itself, and then we can just like build build a AI product and get the users, build a user base and get revenues. So I think traditional people is like more conservative about that, and they're also gonna look into those metrics, and also you also need to like have your like a Web3 front of things.
Yeah, from my point of view, we have a few different types of partners that we work with. So great examples like Mattel or McFarlane, where we have these traditional brands that are coming on chain. We built out their marketplaces, and we want to make sure that for their users, it's as easy as ever to just jump on and collect on chain, and they don't even know they're using the blockchain, right? So we really hyper focus on how can we just keep the onboarding process super easy for them. And on the other side, we have platforms that we've built that are extremely degen. Obviously, like we're a Web3 native company. We've pivoted plenty of times to help people come on board to Web3. So I think for that side, it's a little different. We built out a new platform called Rarible.fund, for example, that's really focused on the financialization of trading through the new marketplace that we built, through the Launchpad as well. But it's very different, right? And that's a pure struggle that a lot of folks have in Web3 is there's so many different types of verticals within specific businesses and that we're trying to do at the same time. How do we actually market properly to all the different user bases that we have?
Yeah, so next question is about how you onboard non-crypto people, like people who don't know about crypto at all. And I think Jonathan just touched some part of it, including a very, very easy onboarding process. And Jessica and Arthur and Daniel, what do you want to add?
Yeah. So that's something I'm thinking deeply about every second of the day, because really, I think it's the most important thing we can do here in crypto, because we've got really a large amount of great infrastructure. We don't have as many users that I'd say justify the quality of the infrastructure we have. One of the things I find interesting is the way different people think about money, or the way they think about sort of accountability of their finances. In many ways, I'd say tokens almost compare to the concept of points, credit card points. I like booked my flight from Cannes to New York with my Chase credit card points. That's still somewhat of a financial asset, similar to the way a token is. I think having sort of different user experiences that are all based around the same solid core Web3 infrastructure that makes sense and is palatable to different types of people is something that can actually very easily be done. It just takes expert go-to-marketers.
Yeah, for us, for Mercurio to onboard non-crypto people, it's like actually the main business we do on and off ramps. We also launched spend card product that allows them to spend their crypto assets from non-custodial wallets. And I think the strategy to acquire as much more of these customers is to basically partner up with someone who also interested in these kind of products as a distribution channels as well. So basically, again, like a stable coin company, stablecoin providers, L1 and L2 foundations that are interested in distribution of their products to as much users as possible. And we basically can offset the pain of paying the fees for on-ramps or off-ramps or spending fees from the cards. Also, as Jessica mentioned, from the kind of like non-crypto user standpoint, you want to meet these users where they are currently. And for example, some of the neobanks and traditional banks offer premium services like point systems as well. So you can use, for example, lounges, eSIMs, Spotify, Netflix subscriptions for free with these companies if you're using some of their premium products. So similar to to us with the crypto cards, for example, we want to enable as much as possible this type of experiences for crypto native and also for non-crypto users to make these transitions for them easier. So yeah, I think that's something we trying to be the best of in this market.
No, I love that. Wait, by the way, so with Mercurio, can people use their credit card and just buy crypto?
Yeah, basically that's the main business. Yeah, but it's kind of like the closed loop when you also have a spend product, when you also have a card within the same wallet. For example, inside Phantom Wallet, Trust Wallet, or Ledger, you will be able to on-ramp crypto from your bank account, and also then do stuff, use remittances use cases, which are also quite big on the wallets, as well as like speculative use cases by crypto, sell it, and basically you can just use your debit card or credit cards in the normal world as well, spending your crypto assets.
Yeah. Soap.
Daniel?
Yeah, for us, we have identified two clear paths in terms of onboarding the Web2 users. So first is to we have a proprietary technology that can create the AI agent live streaming in very short time period. So we can create a lot of agents, whether it's Jesus or Buddha, and let them live stream 24/7 in Web2 social platforms like Instagram, TikTok. So and to onboard them to know more about the Web3, and also abstract the Web3 intricacies away. And the second way is also to reduce the frictions in terms of onboarding. we create this like technology called war gas. So user doesn't need to have the gas, like if it's on base, they doesn't need to have the Ethereum. They just need our token, and they can make the transactions. So with this technology, so I think by reducing the frictions and also because Web3 users is like so like it has a completely different profile as Web2 users. So we are kind of like catering towards Web3 users and onboard them with the least amount of frictions.
Yeah, Web3 is a bit more on risk than some of the others. So it's good to subsidize gas.
Yeah. Jonathan, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I think just making it as frictionless as possible is super important. We have a lot of different partners that we'll use specifically for our Web2 brands that are coming to build out these marketplaces with us. So when their users are coming on chain and collecting, you know, these different figures on McFarlane, they think of they think of the tokens as points, right? They're just, oh, this is what I use to transact. Like they're just easily using the front end and not having to go click approve or confirm or a signature. Obviously, we do that all the time, but for someone that's coming through Web2, it's a little different. We just want to make it easy. Web3, you know, that they get it, we all get it. It's way more simple that way.
Great. Thank you so much, guys. Oh, we're running out of time, so I'm just gonna wrap it up here. Yep. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Marky.
Thank
you.
Thank you all.
Great to meet you all.
Thank you, Carol.
Thank you, Carol.
Oh, 2020, and then here, let's connect. Oh, we have one. Am I on this one? Oh, no. Can you tell me when that one is?
So next, we will be having Ricky Lee, core contributor of Native. He will be talking about from inventory to credit. Native builds new type of on-chain liquidity.
Oh. It's good. Either is good. Want me to hold it?
Huh?
For the slides? Okay. I think it's the last one. I don't think it's quite working. Oh, there you go. Hello, hello. Hello. We're good? We're good? Is it loud and clear? Okay, cool. All right. Thank you guys very much for staying this long. I understand I'm the blocker away from you guys between us and the drinks and the dinner. So I try to keep these slides as simple as possible. But if we really want to just talk about one thing today, I want everybody to leave here with a question mark in mind. Is like what's wrong with currently AMM design? What's wrong with current DEX design? Right. Before I get started, thank you, Maggie, very much for having me here. And also a very proud investor of SolAir, and they've been doing fantastic. Obviously, everybody knows about it. I see the. I think I'm reading the room. I think everybody will be too serious, right? We have all-time high today. Let's have a little bit of a smile on their face. I promise I won't bombard you guys with all the technical information. So let's start with an analogy, like what's going on here, right? So I'm a VC investor. I like to talk about what's wrong, what's the unsolvable problems in our industry. And at the center of a crypto, I do believe for the past couple of years, we have decentralized finance to be the focus of it, right? And among all the domains that our blockchain technology try to solve, I do think decentralized finance has been one of the focal points. And within this decentralized finance domains, I do think spot trading, right? Which is tightly, I would say, relevant to the token generation events. It's actually another focus point. But what's wrong with it, right? I think from its very starts of the first atomic swaps introduced from Ether Delta, right? So like it's been about since 2017, right? It's been about 8 years. We actually are doing swaps, not trading, which means that, right, if you want to trade or swap one token to another token, there are a lot of prerequisites, a lot of conditions. You got to be able to hold the token in your wallet, both counterparties. And you got to be able to put the two tokens on the same chain, execute a smart contract, and swaps it, right? This is what I call inventory-based trading, right? Or I call it in Stone Ages, not that I know about what happened in Stone Ages, right? But I'm taking a wild guess. Seashell to coconuts, right? We're actually changing seashell to coconuts. For all this time, we're still doing it. Can you believe it, right? We're trading billions of dollars every day. We're still doing effectively seashells to coconuts, right? What this actually means, it means that that's why we have so many problems right now in this financial, which actually caused the problem of financial inefficiencies, right? We have to put money into the AMMs, LPs. We have the incurs impairment loss. We have to solve the problem of liquidity segmentations introduced by different chains, and the problem is getting worse by having many chains, including a sole layer, right? So what did we do, right? So in the past, sort of like a couple of years, we have tried to solve this problem by introducing different type of DEXs, Uniswap V3, Meteora, Maverick, right? And then we try to introduce different type of interoperabilities, protocols, and infrastructures. And also, we try to improve the user experience from the trading side. And all of this leads us to the current limitations of the models, which means that we try to solve many other problems introduced by one simple root of the problem, which is the DEX, which means that we are still transacting on inventory based, right? So this is native, and it's specifically targeted to solve this problem. What it actually does is just two parts. One is actually one pool of capital. Another one is actually the way to use the capital through the swap engine, right? Anybody interested in this one? You can take a further look. I won't bother you with actually the technical details. And this is more like the way it works is that if I want to put an analogy, it's like, say, if I want to use a US dollar that I deposited into the bank, say HSBC New York, right? And I put, say, like, I don't know, $1,000 here. And I want to buy something. I flew over to Hong Kong. I want to buy something. I want to buy, I don't know, a cup of coffee. So I log into my bank. I pay for it. Does the money, the $1,000 cash I put into HSBC Bank in New York, the cash, does it actually get moved to Hong Kong, right? I don't think so, right? But the bank knows, right? The way I spend it is because the $1,000 cash I put in New York physically turns into a credit in HSBC. So I can go there, use it in Hong Kong, and use that to buy a cup of coffee. This kind of simple idea does not exist in our industry, right? It's as if I have to carry the $1,000 cash with me on the flight, go over to Hong Kong, and put it into the HSBC Bank in Hong Kong again, and then use it with a card over there. Well, this means that what if we turn the entire process of the banking side into the on-chain executable EVM contracts, right? Put all of this in a way that everybody can use and everybody can understand. And this is what native does. And it increases a new type of liquidity, what I call it a maker side of liquidity. And aside from actually absorbing the capital and putting it into a pool, we also have a swap engine that actually operates as a trading floor to actually utilize this capital and financing the trades to the other risk takers, market makers, trading firms. And so that it can generate the yields for LPs. Very similar ideas to what we have done for the AMMs. So what this means to everybody, right? First of all, as LP, we deposit money into this pool. There is no impairment loss anymore. It's principal protected, and it's acting as a lending protocol. And second part is for the market makers, right? For the risk takers, the professional guys who's really good at making market. They can actually go ahead and actually borrow this money on-chain, financing through it, collateralized, but leveraged. And lastly, for the aggregators, right? For the 1-inch for the Chaos Swap, for everybody who try to find liquidities on-chain, you can access liquidity in a seamless way, right, and non-custodian way, right? And lastly, for the people who is willing to launch a token, right, instead of putting money into the AMM pools, this is a brand new way of trading it, brand new way of building on-chain liquidity. So that was it, right? So I would like to basically, if we really want to categorize what happens in the spot trading markets in crypto, at 3,000 feet levels, we only have three types of players: takers, who is actually the swappers, the retailers who's willing to transact, and then the pathfinders, right? The aggregators, the mega aggregators, who is actually trying to build an infrastructure to find the liquidities on-chain through everywhere. And then lastly, the makers. The makers actually right now only exist in AMM form or in the form of X times Y equals K. It's a formula, right? And we have spent so much time and efforts in the first two categories, right? We have many applications, a lot of brilliant people try to solve the problems. How do we make the takers to be seamlessly transact and have a great UI, have a great way of convenience in accessing this infrastructure, which is basically the blockchain technology. And we have many, I would say, founders and investors put money and applications into the pathfinders, which is basically, hey, how do we effectively find on-chain maker liquidities, right? But everybody sort of defaults that the on-chain liquidity should be put into the AMM likes, right? Which is X times Y equals K. I come from a traditional finance. I don't believe any assets should be priced using a formula. All the assets should be priced by the risk, by the appetite, by the bids and offers, right? And that is actually what I believe the right way of building on-chain liquidity. And that was not possible, until today, right? Until the introduction of native, which means that we're bringing the risk-based pricing, and by abstracting away the inventory-based trading and transform that inventory-based trading into credit-based trading, then it becomes possible to professional market makers, to traders, to actually be able to make on-chain liquidities available in a way that has not done before. Right. That was my presentation. I think we're good on time. All right, Hoko, thank you.
Next, we'll have a fireside moderated by Zach from the block with Chu, Chris, co-founder of Sonic SVM, and Joshua from Solaire. I think I need to grab Joshua.
I am sure. Great. Is there anything you're interested in? Yeah.
Anything.
Well, I have some AI interests that's like a little bit outside of crypto. Yeah. Interesting. Yeah. Did you see the I'm sure you saw the Google announcements. Did you see like the OpenAI?
Yeah, the MCP stuff.
Yeah.
It just.
All right, we're all here. Hello. Oh, we're good. All right. I want to start off with what I think is a central question. I was talking to a crypto founder recently who is involved in crypto AI founder, let's just say. And he said, you go to crypto conferences, people love talking about AI. It's every other panel. It's a core topic of discussion. Go to AI conferences, no one's really talking about crypto. Why do you think that is? What do we do about it?
Yeah, I'll go first. Hi, everyone. My name is Chris Zhu, co-founder of Sonic SVM. We've actually had an interesting conversation recently with our product lead, who thinks that we should not involve crypto with AI in majority of the use cases, because crypto does what crypto does very, very well, which is fundraise the transaction monetary values, while AI does what AI does very well, which is automation, really speedy execution, getting the agent to do things for you, right? And oftentimes when you combine those two things, it's really just a narrative play. And we don't want that, especially because it doesn't really add additional layers of value. However, we do think that if we can combine those two things in a product and allow crypto to just focus on transactions and AI just to focus on automations, we can actually create something very interesting, which I'll probably talk a little bit about, which is what we're working on right now, agentic browser that allows for all the monetary value to transfer between different browsers, but the browser itself is running headless with an AI, so that you don't have to manually confirm every single transaction.
Yeah, I guess quick introduction. I'm Joshua. I'm head of product of Solaire. Have some background in AI. And the way I think about it is actually very, very similar. Is that, hey, crypto is really good at doing a couple of things. It's very good at creating these network effects. It's very good at handling payments. It does monetary stuff very well, but not everything needs to be on chain. And actually, AI in a sense is usually much faster, better, lower latency if you just dump it all on like a server. So I think that's some of the parts that people have like contention about. But I do think like AI solves very straightforward problems of, hey, performance. How do we make things faster, scalable? Just make things. Do you need to, if there's a human that's there that doesn't need to handle all of this, can we free that person up to work on other things? Because now we have this technology that can handle flexible input and give out flexible output. It's not as deterministic as what we had like before AI became a thing. But I would rather have a lot of more crypto projects or like crypto AI projects run on Web2 Rails for the AI part, because it has been heavily researched. We have like teams of thousands of people at Anthropic, at OpenAI, and our teams in crypto, we're not as well equipped in this sense. We don't have dedicated AI research teams that's building these. I mean, we have some teams that are building it, but most of the times the projects that actually get funding and take off are not these ones, right? It ends up being companies that wrap around GPT and then they play a nice narrative and then they fire off a token and then it looks good, but then it captures a very bad light from the rest of the AI industry and they're like, oh, you're not serious, right? But if you have like proper crypto AI projects that run on crypto rails for payments or creating a marketplace or create like a economy around that, but the core AI product is strong, and because you're using the well-researched, well-established frameworks that are in Web2 instead of trying to reinvent them in a Web3 fashion, I think that creates a lot more value. Like letting each tool is a technology, right? Using the right tool to solve the right problem instead of mixing the technologies for like a narrative play.
So when it comes to designing an agentic browser, what are the parts of it that you optimize for the Web2 rails that we have versus the parts that you try hard to integrate with Web3?
Yeah, I think the data pipeline is ultimately what we think the value will accrue. We split our product into 3 parts, right? We have a cursor function that allows for basically looking at where the user is looking on chain. So whether it be a CA or a token ticker, or if they're looking at information about Trump's token, for example, we have the ability to kind of capture all of that data and then give action suggestions based on what the data the user is looking at. So we say that's the user's eyes, kind of like Monica in the traditional AI realm. Before Manus rolled out Manus, Monica was the extension tool that acted as the eye of the user. And then we have something we call the command line, the command bar, which is like superhuman for crypto, right? If you can just do /buy and then you can buy any assets across the internet, that's pretty cool. And right now you have to, route your through maybe aggregator or go to a centralized exchange or a DEX, right? And then the third product that we are rolling out is the brain, that basically we take the data pipeline and we train our custom models. Initially, it was just a prompt engineered model. Now we have enough data to basically fine tune that for domain specific purposes. And with the action suggestions and the routing that we were just building out, the user have their eyes, their hands, and then now a brain. And these 3, parts act in accordance to each other so that user can execute transactions anywhere on the front end of the internet. And in crypto, I think what is important is that if we can automate the routing and then we can automate the data collection, you basically have the most efficient execution terminal on the entire front face of the internet. And then you can monetize that through owning the order flow. And I think that's kind of become consensus where if you own the front end of the internet, you own the order flow. And that's where the value capture accrues. So that's our thoughts behind the product.
Do you have anything to add on that specific point?
On like the Oh, I thought the question
No,
was
I'll,
there.
I'll ask another question.
Yeah.
One thing that's interesting to me when it comes to the capabilities that I wish the internet had right now that I think crypto could unlock is microtransactions and micropayments. One thing I think about as a journalist is sometimes I want to read an article from the St. Louis Post-Dispatch or some newspaper that I don't subscribe to. I don't live in St. Louis. I don't really have a need to purchase a whole subscription. It would be nice to be able to unlock an article for 25 cents, 50 cents and read it just for the day. When it comes to AI agents, running loose on the internet, what do you think, what kinds of behaviors do you think they'll exhibit that currently aren't possible on the internet, but that you hope will eventually grow and have more tooling and capability around?
In terms of capabilities, I think, I mean, we like to think that Web2 is actually very far ahead, but actually it's also still fairly behind. It's not where we want to be. That's why like tools like browser-based or like Composio exist, because it helps with a lot of these tool calling to help with like breaking past like people's captures and stuff like that, right? A lot of the Web2 experience is still broken, even in the most cutting edge AI, mainly because of like a policy that companies set. And they're trying to, like, browser-based comes out with something, and then the company's like reacting to stop it. But it all comes from the incentive problem of I want to gate my content, because otherwise you're going to train a model on it and you're going to make all the money essentially instead of me. So I'm going to train it on myself and get to market first before you can train it on my data. And I think that's where this dynamic can be shifted with crypto in some sense. But I don't even think humans have decided how it should be before we even try to apply like a market structure or something towards that. But I do think that like monetizing content, like in like an ideal world, if an AI does inference on top like a piece of an article, and then you're doing some sort of you pull out that source with RAG or something, and you point like the source of this response that I gave you are these 5 articles, we should be paying those because it essentially is a person running through all of that data and informing someone on something. So I think that's the cross section where agents can kind of come into the play. Other than that, then transactions, can it make transactions on people's behalf? Can it act as like a digital double of someone? So you can pay, you can own things, you can operate, and you can infer and also pay other people who have created the content.
Yeah, just to add on to that a little bit, one exciting use case that we think the browser would bring, or in general, just what we would like to see in crypto is if we can replace all of your e-commerce purchases or your subscription services with just a percentage cashback based on crypto yield, and every single transaction you do on the internet gives you some type of cashback or yield. That's how Honey, grew super large. That's how Instacart acquired billions of users or millions of users. We can actually do that with crypto. I don't know if anyone in the audience uses Cast or Red Dot Pay or any of the crypto cards. You have a pretty steady yield, right? Like on top of what you spend. That's one use case where we're just focused on the transactions and the value capture through those transactions. And then through the agentic side, we actually see a couple different sides of the agentic browser kind of taking shape. OpenAI's operator is basically utilizing something like browser use, but it's just kind of clicking around with the open internet where, most of the web pages are open, you can get information back. But once you need to actually execute any action, that's where, operator doesn't work, Manus doesn't work. Manus can just retrieve information, but can't really act on your behalf because authentication. Fellow, which is a competitor there, basically has 2 types. One is headless and one is headful. And the headful browsers uses your credentials and then executes transactions with your logins. And in analogy, in crypto, if the agent gets a authorized transaction through your wallets, you don't want it to spend all of your $50,000 in a wallet account, right? You might want it to spend just $100, $200. So that UX is yet to be deployed, even with products like Privy or Turnkey. It's not there yet. So I'm actually really excited about that, where the key management services and the permission setting for the agents can be more mature in the next coming maybe 2 or 3 years.
All right, and as we wrap up, what are you most excited about?
In AI?
When it comes to crypto AI?
When it comes to crypto AI, I think being able to synthesize a ton of data across everywhere, right? And then to make the right decision, automating that, I think that's one thing I'm interested in. Second thing would probably be how would an agent swarm work together? Because right now we have like different things, land graph, we have like agent handoffs and different things, but all of that's like within a specific framework. What about if you have agents across multiple frameworks and what if they're all transacting to each other? How do you make sure that, is there a way that you can look at all of these agents talking and transacting with each other and say, hey, maybe that's a better way to do it. And then you tell them what to do and then they figure it out and they do it in a more efficient system as a whole. It's like a swarm intelligence. So I think it's something like pretty interesting.
So we might have DAOs made up of AIs.
We might.
Could be interesting. All right, that's our time. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
So now is our last session of our event, the fireside. I will have Jessica take the lead, as always.
Hey, how is everyone doing? Thank you so much for being here. I'm super excited to introduce my friend, Andra. Actually, both of us have a commonality in that both of us have worked for a really cool DEX aggregator called 1inch at one point, which is really one of the best places to trade. And Honor is now working at another, I'd say, S tier best of breed project, which we'll be getting into in the next 9 minutes or so. So Andre, do you want to say a little bit about what you're working on and who you are and how excited you are for this new wave of crypto?
Sure, thanks. So I'm Andra. I've been in this space for about 8 years. Prior to crypto, I was in Silicon Valley. Within crypto, I've worked for a few projects that you might know, such as Unstoppable Domain. I was head of growth at 1inch. That's what role that she had before as well. I also worked with Origin Protocol. I helped bring institutional capital on chain, and now I'm a co-founder at List Labs. What we do at List is what we call meaningful data, and we focus particularly on the Solana ecosystem, mostly because we feel that the data ecosystem in Solana is not mature yet, and projects are underserved when it comes to their data needs. So we do a couple of things really well. We have 2 to 3 millisecond latency data, which is enhanced. It's not just raw data. So we create custom aggregations based on use case. We then contextualize this data with knowledge graphs, which is basically a way of querying the blockchain that is native to the blockchain itself, because it's not sort of like SQL backend. It's a graph. So you should be able to find the relationships between data points and query as needed. And then last of all, we augment it with what we call OG RAGs, which is a really fancy way of serving data, a more efficient way of serving data than APIs. So that's kind of what we do.
Yeah, that's incredible. And it seems like quite a big need for multiple different blockchains. So with LYS Labs, in terms of meaningful data, is the meaningful data, would you say it's specialized towards the Solana ecosystem or more broadly?
Yeah, we started with EVM. Our background has most of my co-founders are also DPVM. And we built like 99% of the tech for on the data side there. And then last minute, we sort of got challenged actually by an investor who said, why don't you guys look at Solana? It's a much bigger challenge than EVM, like TPS, of course. So my co-founder sort of like took 36 hours and he unlocked like real-time data for Solana. So we're like, okay, maybe we should just do this. Then we shared it with everyone that we knew and they're like, okay, this is like actually insane. So you guys should definitely focus on Solana. So we're doing Solana for part of our go-to-market, but long-term, the future is multi-chain, right? So you should be able to query anything on chain, on any blockchain, whether it's an L1, L2, whatever it may be.
Totally. No, that's awesome. And in terms of where you all are at in the growth stage right now, is it that you're still gathering, say, like A/B testing, or are there a number of people that we'd want to start using LYS Labs at this moment?
Yeah, so we have a couple of products. Since our stack is optimal for AI, our thesis consists of two pieces. One is if the future is entirely tokenized, then you need to have like really powerful data if that's truly everything is on chain. And second of all, if AI will come, then you need to have like obviously an optimized like data sets for AI. So that's the other thing, because you cannot find opportunities on chain for staking, trading, etc. manually anymore. It's simply impossible.
Right.
So we built an agent called Selexis, which is a more retail-facing product. That one is in beta test at the moment. What it does is it does research for Solana tokens so that you can query interesting things that you would not be easy, they would not be easy to find otherwise. For example, we do something we call real P&L, which if you want to calculate, usually it's not accurate.
What
Because
does P&L stand for again?
Profit and loss. So if you want to see like if a trader is successful, right? There's like multiple ways to calculate that, but where did they buy and where did they sell? Did they move funds around into different wallets? It's just like really difficult to track. Where if you have like a knowledge graph in the back end, then this is much easier to calculate.
That's actually something that like would I think make a lot of sense for exchanges as well.
Yeah, so it's a really versatile product, right? And that's why we wanted to open it up to anyone to build on top of it, because anyone can just pull whatever data they need for their use case.
No, it's amazing. And it sounds like it almost functions as a way of sort of showcasing the individuals as well, almost the KOLs or the traders, so to speak.
Yeah, so we don't focus so much on the labeling, but if you know the KOL's wallets, then you can, for example, see their entire like history of like trading. You can see where they're sitting on the leaderboard. Again, you can do P&L analysis. You can see what tokens they own, but like actual deep research, not just the surface intel that all the sort of like platforms give you. So yeah, that's again what we do, what we call it meaningful, because that's the whole point of like being able to get stuff that you can't find easily.
Oh, that's incredible. And then what is something that LYS Labs is excited about besides meaningful data and like obviously this awesome agent play?
Yeah, I think AI in general, obviously it's been quite a narrative. It started pretty strong, then it kind of died down. Now it's coming back. Agents haven't really accomplished much in the space yet. We've had like personality agents, which I mean, great for experimentation, right? Like we love that in crypto.
But it's they're largely meme coins.
Yeah, but we haven't really seen actual useful agents, right? So we're still there to like, we have yet to crack them. So I think in general, we're pretty excited to look at that space. And we also focus, like I said, more on the trading use cases, so just because a lot of activity is there. So it needs like lots of data. So that's really interesting for us. So we're excited to see what the new ways of trading are, like lots of like sentiment tools that are coming out that we want to combine with or off-chain data, so that we can see if the sentiment is there, then does it match the on-chain action? So that's also something that we want to offer our users in the future. So generally, I think just exploring this future of like deep data, like I said, and then seeing how AI is going to pick up on it and find alpha, basically.
Absolutely. Yeah, I'd say like an AI model is really only as good as the data that trains it. So being the curator of that data and helping to truly source it is so important. Transformation of the space.
Yeah.
But yeah, I want to use this LYS Labs AI agent, whatever alpha we can get.
Yeah.
Best trading agent and who to follow in terms of profit and loss. That's very important.
Yeah, if you're into trading, for sure, you have a stack that you're using. So our goal is to kind of, and it's not even to replace the stack, we're actually complementing it, because we also have, for example, a Chrome extension where if you're looking at a tokens project or GMGN or whatever it may be, you can open a Chrome extension and then you can do research on that token, on that project inside the window. So you don't even have to come to us for that. So yeah, so that was like a retail friendly product, but on the developer side, we also have like APIs that we're giving away right now for testing. So anyone who wants to build something on top of it, especially for Solana, we can spin one up right away. We're not even charging for data right now. Our data is free at the moment.
Amazing.
So we're in discovery mode. We're trying to figure out like, I also don't believe in all subscription model for data. So that's another thing that's kind of dying, in my opinion. It's really hard to monetize. So we're looking at like,
I think so too, actually. Well, no, that's beautiful. And so what would you say is the best way for people to get involved in LYS Labs now, from like both a developer perspective, customer perspective, or an investor perspective?
Yeah, I mean, if anyone's building on Solana, they can come to us. And if you're using data for your day-to-day operations, then we'll be happy to give you like custom aggregations for whatever data you need. So again, free of charge, we'll hand you an API. It takes us like 1 or 2 days to spin it out, because we're doing it manually right now until we build the front end. If you're retail focused, then we welcome you in our beta testing group so that you can try out the product. We love like brutal, honest feedback because we want to make the product better. So you can do, like I said, try the trading part. We also have the first backtesting simulator on Solana. Yeah, the only one at the moment is TradingView, and we built a crypto native one because the space needs one, and we built it on Solana. So we also have.
And what's the product called?
It's just a Solexis agent, but it has a trading simulator, backtesting simulator, so you could like backtest your strategies and see what worked, what didn't, and you can save them, and it auto trades for you, which is kind of what an agent is supposed to do anyway.
Yeah.
So yeah, any of this can be tested right now at Solexis.ai by anyone who's into the trading world for Solana.
Cool. So it sounds like there's a lot of opportunities for a lot of different people and a lot of ways to truly maximize together.
Yeah, indeed. We want to work with, like I said, everyone in the Solana ecosystem. And then as we expand, we're going to go to like Hyperliquid, probably Bera, Monad, and some others as well. We have demand for that right now. So
amazing. Well, Andre, you are incredible. I'm so excited that we get to chat about this big brain project and everything that is to come. It's an honor.
Thank you for having me. It's been exciting to catch up.
Yeah. Okay. Well, it's been wonderful, you guys. We will all chat soon, and you can hound Andra for any questions y'all have.
Thank you.
No, it's like you're